ESN SFSC? ESN IES? ESN IES present. Okay, ESN groups? Okay, ESN students? Okay, ESN London? Yes. ESN Districts? ESN Districts is not present. ESN University? Yes.
The representative from ESN Visuals should be Olaf and Victoria. Are you present? I'm so sorry.
I don't know where you're fine. Okay, ESN Beach? And ESN Singapore? Okay, so we have a lot of sections. We have 12 sections for the speech. So we can start today. And we will start now with international guest. Yes, thank you so much. We're going to start with international guest presentation. And the first one will be from our amazing Vice Chair of Audience Operations. So give a applause, please.
Okay, hello everybody. I am Vladimir from ESN Croatia. Presentation. I'll make it short, don't worry, so we can go to the plenaries. Leave the plenaries earlier. So, brother. Technical difficulties. So, who am I? Vladimir, as you can see in the picture, I'm 24 years old. I'm quote-unquote studying mechanical engineering. Don't ask me that, please. I'm the party guy of ESN Zagreb because I go to every single party from ESN. So, and also my favorite type of music is techno, but I love everything as well. And also I'm an enjoyer of board games and anime. For my ESN journey, I started in fall of 2024, so almost 2 years ago. But I started in the social inclusion team, but after that, I went to like a national training event, which will like broaden my horizons for ESN in general. So I joined as an assistant for the education officer, and shortly after that, I became the volunteer coordinator for a whole year. It was really fun, but also challenging. Almost quit like a few times, but that's ESN, you know. And also, in May of last year, I joined the activity committee. Raise your hands, activity committee, come on, I know some. Let's go. Not a lot of them. And for my attended events, it's just some local events we had. For the national events, it's So it's not as much as Julia, but it's fine. I went to like 3 national platforms in Croatia, one in Warsaw last year, and also our national events, which I'll talk about more later, which is really fun. And for the international events, you can see our lovely Kinga here as well. I went to EGM this year as a volunteer, and last year in ZEP, where I met Kinga and these lovely people together. And I went to HK community meeting in Bucharest. For ESN Zagreb, we currently have around 85 volunteers, I think. But per semester, we get like 800 students. In the winter semester, in the summer semester, we get like 400. Because most of them go to the coast, of course. And for our local board, this is the all local board, our lovely full local board. This is the new local board because we only have a president right now. Yeah, it's kind of tough. But because I also signed up to be a president, but she got the spot. But we'll see what the future holds for me. We'll see. And for our board support, this is the current board support, but we opened the call like this week, I think, for the new board support. And for our lovely coordinators, these are coordinators, they're going to be until next January. And these are some of the events that we have in our section. Most notably, I would say, is the social inclusion speech keep generations together. We just have an event where we gather grandmas and nobody knows how to talk with each other because they're Croatian and everybody's in the international, so they just communicate through stitching, which is really fun. Also our old national board, because I don't have the template for the new national board, just imagine 4 positions filled, but we didn't have a president. Now we do have a president, but we don't have a vice president now. It's a complicated thing, but our new president is, I don't know if you've met her, the head of OC of EGM, she's our new president. And our board support is currently like this. Also, we opened the call for the board support. And currently we have 8 sections, one of which is dying, unfortunately, but we didn't talk about that. And the cream of the crop of our Croatian event, Croatian Erasmus event, this is our national event. We hold twice a year, but the winter one is kind of weak because it can get expensive, especially because last time we had skiing, but it's expensive, 500 euros I think we had, and it's not feasible for Erasmus students, but this event is like 200 euros for anybody, and this is our lovely volunteers down here, up here. This is us at the sunrise at 5 a.m. And this is me with some of the Erasmus students, because I got quite close to them as well. And yeah, that's it. Any other questions about this Erasmus event? Because anybody can sign up as a volunteer next year. I highly recommend it. It's really fun. Oh yeah, just to mention, we party on a beach for 4 days. I forgot.
Amazing. Thank you so much for the presentation. Just to say right away, it will be a joint QA for all the international guests. So first they all present now, and then we all ask them to the stage, and then they're gonna answer to all your questions. But in the meantime, the question round is already open in the National Assembly app. So if you have questions, you can already type them down. Just, we will ask them after all the presentations are passed. All clear? All good? Amazing. So now I invite our amazing technical chair to represent ESN Germany. So, yes, here we go.
Technically German.
Yeah, technically, yes.
No, you don't have to. No, you don't have to. It's fine. I use this beautiful thing. But you don't know the presentation. You don't know the presentation. So, hello everyone. I'm Thomas from ESN Aachen. I will talk about ESN Aachen rather than ESN Germany because, as you may know, Germany is a really big section. So there are a lot of sections in between. And yes, I would like to start with, we stopped being a candidate section because we are a relatively new addition to the network. We got accepted at our last NA in May. So yeah, props to that. We work really hard. Here's a little bit of our team, and as you can see, yes, you may know some. Yeah, and these are mostly our main volunteers, plus some others that couldn't make it to this picture, but you'll probably see in a bit. Basically, this is our main board composed by Victoria. She's also Hungarian, but I think she's never been in ESN Hungary, so it's quite funny. Then we have Fides, is our vice president, and Shrikant, our treasurer. Really responsible people. Coming up next, we have our newest board, and yes, I will want to make a parenthesis here because you see Zita. Shout out to Zita. I know she's really active in the network here, and I mean, she has done most of her job for us as an educational officer online. So yeah, I think she could manage a lot of different tasks at the same time. So yeah, props to her. Then we have Aditya, our event manager, me, the secretary. We have Madi, our new partnership manager, Eni, who is our communication manager, and Mohammed, our new web project administrator. So as you can see, a pretty full board. And not to forget that Lila was also part of our team until quite recently. So yeah, thanks to her too. She was also managing a lot of stuff here and in Germany as well. We wouldn't have made it this far without her. She was also present on a lot of our NAs and events in the network, so thanks to her too. Well, then moving forward, our collaborations with the network in Germany and neighboring countries. ESN Maastricht in Netherlands, we do city tours there. We also have some city tours in Aachen with the section Münster, so that you may know actually, I've heard. Then we have the Thailand hike, which is the three-country point where in Aachen, or close to Aachen, where Germany, Belgium, and the Netherlands get together. And yeah, it's a really high mountain with like the highest point in the Netherlands. Yeah, it's like 600 or under 1,000 meters, but yeah, highest point in the Netherlands. They're really proud. And yeah, also our Christmas market, we got some visits from ESN Bonn, which is close to Aachen. And we have a Latino party organized by Latino Gang, which is also really cool. Moving on, our favorite events, and I say it for now because we are adding more and more to our rotation, and we also have some weekly events that are just like customary more or less, which is the Stammtisch. Stammtisch is like a bar meetup. Really cool, a lot of guests there. Then we have Print and Crawl. Oh, by the way, well, if you know Printen, or maybe not, it's like a little pastry, not even pastry, it's like a cookie, typical from Aachen. I have some for you to try out. I will hand it out in a bit. Be careful, they have gluten, so if you eat gluten, I'm sorry, but we cannot make them without gluten, I believe. But yeah, for the ones who can, you should try it. They are really spicy, they have a lot of herbs. Yeah, we do all of that, and people get to try them for free. Then we have also a city, well, as I mentioned, the city tour, which Victoria knows a lot of history about Aachen, so she explains a lot about it. Then the Drachenfels hike, which is like a regional section together hike, and last time Aachen brought the most guests to it, and most of the participants in the hike were Erasmus students in Aachen. So props to that. And our big event, the Night Around the World, we had like over 70 participants without counting the organizers. And we gathered 7 different organizations from Aachen, and they collaborated with us. It was really fun. I will show some pictures in a bit. And this is one of our hikes. Here you can see the Night Around the World, people dancing. There were a lot of dance workshops and food and music. It was really fun. Presentations also. Then this is our Stammtisch. As you can see, people are having a lot of fun. There we go. So as you can see, people having a lot of fun, giving everything they have. We do karaoke on those Stammtisch, so yeah, people can have a really good time there. And yeah, I mean, there's not much more to say. We are a relatively new section, but feel free to follow us. And if you want to collaborate or come by and visit us, please do so. Let us know. We would gladly show you around. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. And now, on behalf of extended cheering team, being me from ESN Lithuania, I invite our amazing ESN Lithuania events manager to represent our no. Stefan.
Yes. Yes.
Here, okay. I think you have some fun since you know. Such a more vocal.
5 minutes.
Yes.
I will manage. If you want this, probably should stand. Yes. Yes, I wanted to say the last 2 times I presented this presentation, I always apologized that the presentation never changed. I changed it. At 1 in the night, this time I changed at least 5 slides, so you get something new. Good. ESN Lithuania, my home and home. We have still 9 sections. If you want to fly and come visit us, I Googled for each of you how you can fly to us, so you can approach me. For you, for most of you, it will be from Budapest with Wizz Air, Simone, Brussels with Brussels Airlines, Efe, Istanbul, Turkish Airlines. More you can ask me. I had time while I studied. Good. National board. That's the last 4 remaining. Last time I introduced us, it was 6, I think. Now it's 4. 2 more weeks or a bit less, and we survived. I made a big circle of everyone in this room so that you recognize us. Julia, amazing president. Stefan, amazing as well. The others not that relevant for you now, but I will introduce new board, which is more relevant. This is me and Julia judging. This is Julia feeding me, because presidents are kind of boring, So, I'm happy to introduce the new team who was elected in our last, part of it was elected in our last name, which is those amazing people. I think we have one of the coolest national boards, potentially even cooler than ESN Hungary, we'll see. No, okay. Those people are really fun. We have President Migle, we have Vice President Ryan, he comes from Morocco, so he's a bit of a cute French accent. Communication manager Eliana, she gives the best side eyes, and she likes to dress as a banana. Project manager Auguste, she was my previous successor at my previous position. Ilya, my actual successor, and we have board support, which is partnerships manager Gia. What else did I want to say? Our events. Our last NA 61. This is the one Fanny attended. Yes, Fanny is here and somewhere up there. Yes, so that was our day. We had a great social program. It was at the beach. We had the fun of our lifetime. And what did we do? We elected the communication manager and the partnerships coordinator. And we changed our documents. And you know, with what inspiration? With ESN Hungary. Because last time I came here as Mecha, I had to read all your documents. I read them. And I was like, oh, that's amazing. And we changed it a bit, and it's more like yours now. So big shout out to you for making us a bit more structured. Besides that, yeah, we had workshops, we had great fun. That is Julia, I don't know what situation. Alors, that's it. Yeah, welcome party still stays the same. It's a party. Escape camp also stays the same. This year did not happen. I don't know if I said that last time, but this year did not happen. And the main reason, no, I cannot say the main reason. One of the reasons is that we didn't sell enough tickets. But usually it would be really fun. There's a whirlpool, there's a bit of outdoor stuff going on. If you want to reach this camp, don't try yourself. Contact someone who has a map and boots and something, because my way there last time it was almost impossible.
However, we support you. And our other events, I wanted to make a bit of pictures, but then I stepped away. Good. So we have trainings usually. This year they did not happen that much because we didn't find a seat, but with our new change documents we will. We had What is Baltics, which is a really cool exchange event. Basically free and all. I don't know if you know Baltics, it's Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. We do kind of like exchanges, so it's like a triangle, two go to one, and so on. It's hard to explain. Yeah, that's mainly what we did. And thank you for your attention. If you want to find us on social media, you can via this link. And if you have questions, you can ask questions, right? Amazing. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation. And now I invite Efe to represent ESN Turkey. So let's give an applause for Efe. Yeah, I think it is. Yes, amazing.
Thank you. Yes.
What?
Yes. Okay. Hello everyone. I'm Efe from ESN Turkey. This is my fourth year in ESN, and I'm volunteering in the international support structures in membership team for the last year, and I will be continuing for the next year also. And today I came to give you a brief overlook about ESN Turkey. So it was founded in, I cannot read, but it should be 2006, and it is right now the third largest country in ESN in terms of section size, section number, and we have over 1,500 active ESNers. Can be more, can be less. It's an approximate. And we have a lot of incoming students, like 10,000 international students every year. And we are trying to be the coolest Erasmus countries, one of the coolest Erasmus countries as ESN Turkey. So, here are our 39 sections. It's span among, I think, 16 cities. And the city with the most sections is Istanbul, with 16 sections only in Istanbul. And this is national board, and I will talk about the next one also, because we had the NA last week, so we don't have their visuals like photos yet, but this is the current board. We have Bilge as the communication manager. She also did the presentation for me, so thanks to her. And she's also continuing. Görkem did his mandate as a WPA. The new one is yet to be elected. Project manager was Esin, but the new one will be Efsun. People from Acticom might know her. The next president is Efe Berke's cousin, actually. His name is also Efe. He's from my section, ESN Marmara. He was a newbie when I was a vice president there, so I'm so proud of him, and I fully support him in his presidency period. You might be familiar with him. He did the Erasmus Destination of the Year Istanbul presentation. He's that guy. Treasurer was Şevval, changed to Barış, again with ESN Marmara, and our event manager was Abdul. We call him Abdul, and it's again yet to be elected for the next year. The board members work with committees usually. So as you can see, I'm responsible with ECOM, FDC, Financial Development Committee with Treasurer, PRCOM with Bilge, the Communication Manager. I will talk about legal affairs. So NDC, it used to be separated. It used to be National Strategy Committee and International Strategy Committee, but since we got rid of the NR. I'm sorry. We wanted to combine these two committees and come up with a national development one. We have web team for WPA, Netcom for vice president, and in the legal affairs committee, this is the committee of the board of auditors, there is also another subgroup as a statutes discussion group because we have a special NA in the middle of the year. It's called SPM, Sections President Meeting, and this is the only meeting that we can make changes to the statutes and standing orders. So before we propose some things, we have this discussion group, discussion meetings to be more ready for this spicy NA, spicy SPM, I can say. So we have three main national events. Chillness, we go to a camping site in Izmir. We party for 3 days non-stop. Grand Cappadocia, you know, Cappadocia is one of the most beautiful places in the whole world, in my opinion. Also, my aunt has a hotel there, so if you ever want to go to Cappadocia, just give me a call. Great price for you, my friend. And we have madness again, swimming, partying in a very beautiful summer city called Fethiye. In case I don't want you to miss out on anything, so I want you to follow our Instagram, ESN Turkey, and for the events, you can go by ESN Turkey events. You can check also this year Bilge did like amazing cultural posts in Instagram also, so you can find some funny, interesting things there. And in case you want to follow me, this is my Instagram, and you can reach by email. You have my number. You can reach me anytime. Thank you for listening, guys.
Thank you so much for the presentation. And now I invite Simone Lepore to talk about ESN International.
Okay, perfect. Yes, I will try to keep it 5 minutes. I will present a bit of what is my daily life and what we do in ESN International. I will not present what I do, like which was my journey, etc. We have the social program for that, or the breaks to discuss about it. But yes, so life in Brussels. You can see here is the international board. Let me see a bit more knowledge. Do you know who she is? Anyone? Not here in the front line, I don't know. In the other lines. Name or position. Have you ever saw her face? Who was in EGM? Okay, then I see some liars over there, because for sure you see her. She's Kaya, she's the vice president for governance. So she's in charge of everything that is related to HR and governance. Vice president for development, she's in charge of the training, the development of our network, and especially our volunteer, the treasurer, which does treasure things. He's in charge of everything that is related to our expenses, planning, but also our partnership, marketing. Then we have me. And finally, there is Marco, is WPA, or as he likes to call himself, IT manager, is the one who actually oversees all our digital infrastructure. So the website, ESN account, the GA app that we also have at international level. And yes, so actually, I don't know if you know, but we live in Brussels, and we live in the ESN house, which is the house where we live, and it before actually was the house which was hosting everyone that was coming to Brussels. As you can imagine, this didn't really end up really well, but sometimes if you're visiting, you can try to text us, and if you can, we'll try to accommodate you in the ESN house. And here is where the whole board live together. And actually, a fun fact is that we have to take every day the metro line, destination Erasmus, to go to work. Then we also have an ESN office. We like to put ESN in front of everything that we own or rent. And actually, yes, this is where actually we have employees. So ESN, after it was established, also established a secretariat. This is like more than 10 years ago, because we realized that it was important for us to be established in the city where all the discussions are happening, where we could meet every day with the partner, and this is where the ESN office comes from. We actually have around 15 employees, plus we also have internships, and actually, yes, so this is a bit of the structure of the office. We have the board, then we have, it's called coordination, office coordination, which is the people that coordinate the whole office. We have a director, Will, he's actually a former volunteer of ESN. In 2016, he was president of ESN Belgium. Then we have Alex. If you come to the office, you will see this guy just drink coffee every day and smoke without eating lunch. Fun fact about him, but we really love him. Then there is Strassa. And here you have an IT department. They work with Marco in everything that is related to the websites, to platforms that we develop. Communication department, they work with our Instagram pages, our banners, posters, everything that is related to communication, graphic design. And then we have the project and partnership department. This is the one that we oversee together with Anya and Rui. We have a partnership manager, Adrian, which is work directly with Rui. Then I work more specifically with Nelly. She was also a former volunteer of ESN. She was a former president of ESN Bulgaria and liaison officer of ESN International, and Sabri. Then we have interns. We have Michaela and Susanna. They actually started their internship in February, more or less, and they will finish in July. Plus we have Mada. You will see her after because she actually was elected vice president for the next year. And Christy, which is our digital marketing intern. Then, but what we actually do in Brussels, so we work with everything that is related to administration and operation. ESN is an NGO, which means that we have some legal part, that some compliance that we have to do. We look for funding and finances. So this is also the 70% of the revenue of ESN come from EU-funded projects, and these projects are written and are implemented by the office, together, of course, then with the support of the network and many others volunteer. We work on social media and outreach, so we also have newsletters for the people who have the ESN card. We have newsletter for external stakeholder. We have newsletter for the network, IT development, as I was mentioning before. And then we also do research. So something really important that we try to do related to mobility, and you will see it later today, the importance of collecting data and analyzing them. We do policy and advocacy, which means that, for example, based on the data that we collect, we come up with a recommendation, with proposal, but of course this proposal must be then pushed to people to be implemented. So this is something that also the office work on. Then event and training, we organize a lot of training events. Andres was mentioning yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, or Kinga, about, for example, Speak Out project, where they organize the national dialogues, but of course there are many other events. I don't know if any of you participated to the training in Paris. And finally, we also organize local activities. So these are funding that you can actually ask as local section to implement some of the activities with specific topic. For example, there has been recently about promoting Erasmus Plus internship. And you can apply. These are grants that normally goes between 500, 1,000 euro, and you can use to implement your activities. And yes, also, as I was mentioning, you can join the secretariat. Every 6 months, we open position for Erasmus Plus traineeship in communication, policy, and digital marketing. But we also have the European Solidarity Corps, and we have event and youth work and communication ESC. So in case next semester you're finishing your studies or you want to go on an Erasmus, please make sure also to consider the ESN International headquarters. And yes, that's it.
Okay, thank you so much for the presentation. I'm going to invite all the other international guests to join us on the stage as well for the question round. And yeah, you can open your National Assembly app and write any questions that you have for our amazing not sharing team, sorry, international guests.
No, okay. I wanted to show the slide, but it didn't show it. This is why I had the slide with the new board. But
Okay. You'll have time tomorrow
Yes.
as well.
yes, I will put it in our presentation.
I'm trying to open it up.
Stefan, energy, passion. I can see who does next Energizer. Okay, spoilers, GDPR, hello. Okay.
We want to see also the password.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, you know, we need to know the whole drill.
Give me a sec, give me a sec. I think it's that.
Okay, in case I can read it from the... Okay, for now, what I propose, while we're figuring it out, I'll just read aloud the questions, which, surprise, surprise, go for me. Julia Hopla, ESN Lithuania, I'm going to ask questions to all of you about your best practices. You know, like the best practices of your, I know you think, you know, like some strategy that worked or anything, you know, that can help the sections or other no skills worth sharing.
Problem is, I'm not in the national board, so
I mean, the section as well.
I mean, you know, even section-wise, I mean, I think the best practices in our local section is a lot of training events, like twice a year. We have the newbie training, which helps a lot to integrate the newbies. We have, I think this year we had 4 team buildings. We would just get drinks, everything. But I think also what I was surprised about when I heard that, I think in SEP, that people don't do usually knowledge transfers. It's like, I was really surprised because everybody has to do it in our section, but it's a crucial point to integrate the new members, like a national local board or coordinators especially, because it's the toughest role, I think. It's aside from the local board.
So I've been a bit far away from the national level for a time, but I think like the first thing that came to my mind is there used to be a structure called CLR, Council of the Local Representatives. Before it's not very used anymore, but sorry, long time ago. But we still
Thank you, goodbye.
we still use it as a CLS, Council of the Local Sections. And how we function is, if we need to decide on something, but it's not fitting the timeline of the NAs, but it needs immediate action. We take this. Give me 1 second. Take this issue to the CLS and discuss it there, open to voting, so that we can do this decision-making things, such as electing the new board. As maybe you noticed, I was saying it was yet to be elected for some positions, that they will be elected in the CLR, so that the board will not be vacant and the other decision-making parts would be done hastily.
Thank you so much, Julia, for your question. So on my side, I would say that one of the best practice, I don't know if in Hungary it exists as well, probably yes, or no, is communities. So this is something that we were also doing at national level. And we had, for example, a moment every month where, for example, I was local representative and communication manager, where we actually once a month, we were coming together with all the communication manager and we were discussing together which were the challenges or how was the work. Sometimes it was just moment to vent about the rest of the board, especially when I was communication manager. Yes, I would say that is also the best practice from ESN International.
I'll have to read the question.
Best practice from your section or your country?
Best practice from Germany, I would say. They are trying to reach out to local politicians and also on the EU Commission level. And there was a really big project going on about sending them personal letters with as many participants as possible in order to obviously push for a better budget and better conditions for the upcoming years. That I can think of. Yeah, I think that's a really cool project.
Thank you, Julia, for your kind question. I have two actually. The first one is more general, which is international. We travel quite a lot and to different events of other countries and so on, and we always bring something back, right? So we see something and we're like, oh, that's great, and we establish it. That's the more basic one. My personal one is I have a partnership with a fries shop. It's just amazing. You know, you come back in the evening, you know there's a partnership with a fries shop that has opening hours till 4 and you can have fries. And they're cheaper and you feel great, you know, in so many ways. So that's my personal one. Thank you.
Yeah. Do we have one more mic or not?
Yes, it's there.
Next question will be from me again, as you can see. So Julia is Lithuanian. It was actually a question to Simona. I see that one there. So yeah, question to you to Simona about ESN international projects and opportunities, because you mentioned them briefly. So is there anything that, you know, like local sections can pay attention to, maybe, you know, like some specific things they can partake, or, you know, like the opportunities they can have? Thank you.
So, thank you so much for your question. As I was mentioning, every year when we apply for projects, what we try to do is always to have funding for local section. So, this always look at an email arriving from Celine. Look at your inbox from your section, and you can apply for this funding. On top of that, there is another grant that you as local section can apply for to do activities. And this you can apply every year, twice a year. One is normally around March, and the other one is around July. And this is called ESA. ESA stands for Erasmus Student and Alumni Alliance. And this is a funding that we get from the European Commission to implement activities. You can ask up to, if I'm not mistaken, around 10K, so 10,000 euro, to organize local activities for international students, for your volunteers, to do training, to do local activities. So these are, I would say, the major opportunities for your local section to monitor.
Yes. And next would be Philomena Nikolash. Can you raise hand? Okay. Okay.
Which was it?
Okay. Is anyone else typing the question down? Okay, I propose to close the speakers list in 4, 3, 2, 1. Amazing. Speakers list is closed. Thank you so much. And then we proceed to our next point on the agenda, which would be the second National Board Action Plan final book. So I invite National Board here to the stage. Yeah, let's give a applause, please.
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, guys. This is our last presentation as your national board, or the remaining ones of it, at least.
Together, right?
Together.
Those statues.
No, this is my last one.
Yeah, I meant
So-
together.
Together, it's our last. Okay. How do I go? I go with this? Okay. So, we did a lot of things in the past year, but as you might know, we were kind of lacking a lot of capacity in the second part of the year, and we already gave you an update on what is going to be feasible in the mandate and what will not be due to us lacking treasurer, communication manager, event manager, yeah, a lot of support structures and a lot of board members as well. It's just me for this part. Okay, our goals, you can see them. We wanted to apply for large scale grants. That was a big thing for us, not just the Tempus grant, but also doing Erasmus Plus grants, Visegrad grants, and basically have a better funding for our NO. As you can know, without Patty and without a proper treasurer, we were not able to actually make our focus on this. We were trying to focus more on the campus grant and managing everything and getting the money to you and all the documents from you for it to be a successful implementation.
We did apply for one grant with ESN, but that will be come back to the next one.
And we applied for the SNN that we got also.
So actually, it was a success. We went to start in collaboration with our local sections. I think this is a general rule for the national board that we want to be connected to you. I think a lot of cooperation still happens. We speak out, WhatsApp, and we were continuously working on building a more connected network. And we had an amazing time and met a lot of amazing people from local sections. So I also call this a success. Our next one was developing clear guidelines for superstructures of ESN Hungary. We we did some part of it. As you know, last year we were focusing on national coordinators and bringing them to the same level and actually trying to get the portfolios done. I also think that for the international projects coordinator, there still is some work to be done on this department. And for superstructures, it's going to be, I think, also changing a little bit because it still doesn't feel like they are on the same level and as, for example, the coordinators or just themselves as well. So that, due to limited capacity, was not possible, but it should remain a focus in the upcoming mandate for the next board, in my opinion. We wanted to build long-term partnerships for sustainable funding. It was partially secured. You want to?
Just very briefly, so as I mentioned also during the budget update, our agreement with the ministry, but how the window with the ministry itself. So it's in progress to proceed.
Yes. We also had some data-driven network GDPR goals and dreams. So it also resigned, so this is also was not possible due to him leaving. But for the next board and with Aaron, I hope it will be a priority. Yeah, both of them. Yes. We wanted to launch a 3-year strategic plan. It was completed already in the beginning of the mandate, so that was a success. We wanted to promote economy and scholarship. It was also completed. And we wanted to expand and improve the ESN Hungary page. Also due to capacity and Sohit leaving, it was not a priority for the board for the last couple of months. And it's on this.
Yay! Yes, let's do it. Okay, so relationships with our stakeholders. We do have currently an informal relationship with Bill and NIP. For those that know, Bill is the National Students' Union and NIP is the National Youth Council. So we know the people there and we have discussed ideas of how to collaborate, but as far as not even yet. And as I said, that we are developing the new relationship with the ministry. It's a work in progress, and honestly, we'll just be up to Kenya in a week. Memorandum of understanding. Again, this was, as I told you previously, this was a plan for sure, but then we also looked at the goals and we kind of knew that this administration would not continue, so therefore there was no point. But it should definitely be a part of the next board's action plan. Stakeholders guide. Well, I should have perhaps mentioned at the very beginning that I stopped being a president on the 15th of January, so obviously I don't have time for these things. Maybe education is more desirable. Well, like we have an education officer, I consider that president's goals, we did transform them, and then we transformed them from this format to a separate education course. So I think it was a great success, and I also promised you to create 2 legal bodies or sections. We managed 1 almost with the ESN page, so the rest will be up to the next boards and framework contracts with the universities. 1 will be finalized, but the page will be finalized on Monday. and then the rest, unfortunately,
Okay, so the first point, I'm gonna be very quick, but the first point was delegation leading and advocacy, so it means leading delegation for two events where I had to, which is CEP and EGM, and also I helped on reaching all of the advocacy related stuff, so going to talk to stakeholders, I would say that this point was successfully covered from the action plan. The next one is defining roles and tasks. I had a lot of discussions with Taha about the international projects coordinator, but due to vacancies and because of the SSO, like it was a lot of kind of SO passed, so we couldn't concentrate on the additional SO proposals, which is about changing some of these structures and guidelines and portfolios. It was not finalized, but I hope that we will be able to do that. The newsletter of ESN Hungary, the project was finalized, even though, you know, or she resigned eventually, so it was not as finalized as I would like it. So it was only 3 out of 4, but you know, maybe, hopefully, we'll get a So I would say 50%, let's say.
find that in the next presentation.
Yes, you know, follow up later. Expanding ESN Hungary's presence, the project was realized, but not working in a sense of the IROs are ghosting me, literally. And the only places where there are actually people willing to do something and maybe create eventually an ESN section, there the IRO is really not helping them a lot. So I think we will have to reimagine how we do this outreach. And you know, we will also talk about this later. So I would say it's not really working. Okay, strengthening section and promoting their visibility. Basically, this was around the social impact days. I would say it happened, but mostly thanks to Taha, not to me. Communication with stakeholders, I would say it was successful. For example, the National Policy Dialogue was also with many stakeholders. We already talked about this a lot. Collaboration with NGOs, I would also say it was successful. I talked about this yesterday, I'm not going to say it again. Partnerships, there was no treasurer and no partnership coordinator, and in the action plan I wrote that in collaboration with them I would eventually do something, but you know, it's not possible. And international projects, ESA Speak Out, I would say it was successful. Yeah, okay.
Amazing. Okay, I will also try to be quicker because I saw you with the other ones. No? Okay. First, you know, my whole portfolio is about section support and capacity building. So obviously, that was my main priority. Section visits, I unfortunately could not visit all of you. We started, but due to the lack of capacity, there were so many things happening that section visits cannot be a priority at that time. But we did have the section training twice this year as well. So right now it's already 4 editions of something that we created together in the past 2 mandates. And I know it will be continuing, so I hope to see it grow and get even bigger in the future. This edition we had, again, 2 international trainers, and it was actually like a whole open call for the network, so there were actually people applying from all over the world because they want to come to our event, which I think was really cool. I also wanted to focus on well-being and conflict management. We wanted to do clear guidelines and a mediation framework to support board conflicts. That didn't really happen, we didn't have the capacity, but all of these initiatives were kind of created together with Hannah when we were already like working together as network coordinator and vice president. So I know that these are the initiatives that I can also give it to her, that maybe these were my ideas, and if she wants to, she will continue them. Spoilers, and I don't know, you will see it soon, I don't know. And we also wanted to create a confidential online conflict reporting system. This was not feasible in this mandate. There were a lot of things that should have been kind of worked together with the WP and kind of with the board, but obviously due to capacity things, we were not able to do everything. I wanted to focus on volunteer retention more. With exit forms and follow-up actions. This is also not something that we could do in this one, especially with so many people leaving. It just became more and more like something more and more in focus. That is something we should be doing, but even on the national level, we just don't have the time to do exit interviews with so many people leaving. But I also gave this idea to We wanted to reactivate the alumni network. Well, they will be soon here, and we will be having a panel discussion and the alumni dinner later on. So it is a start of the initiative, and from what it becomes later on, I hope it will be a good alumni network of ESN Hungary. This is just the first step, but it's something. We introduced the buddy system this time last year. It is done and working, and I think it's a great initiative that can be continued as well. Okay, it doesn't want me to speak anymore. We wanted to focus on silent monthly updates that we did in the first mandate as well. I think there's much to improve here. I don't think you got very many update emails from me. So if you need an update from us, just let me know. But I do know that Hannah will be much more proactive on that note as well. And we wanted to have bi-monthly network update emails. It was not planned for this mandate after the creation of newsletter because it is kind of something that that this was that whole idea, and we went with that instead of like bi-monthly network update emails. Do I have more? Oh, no, this is the end. So actually, that was our action plan. Final look. As you saw, we were struggling a bit, I would say, with so many people leaving. And there were so many things that we wanted to do in this mandate, but due to, for like all the time trying to like put out fires that were much more important, we couldn't focus on actually initiatives that could have benefited the network on the long run. Which is sad, but I do know that there is a lovely and very motivated new national board. We'll do our absolute best to have these things and continue them when they can, and if they feel like that is something we want to do. You want to say something?
Yeah, just very briefly. Of course. I just want to mention that yes, unfortunately we didn't have time for all the initiatives, but we are handing over this organization with full legal compliance and full financial transparency, which was very much not the case in previous years.
Okay, then thank you guys for listening to us, and thank you for listening to my last presentation. And now I will shut up for the rest of this. No, I will probably not, but for this presentation, for sure. Thank you. Oh no, still have a question.
Yes, but you can.
Now proceed to the question round. Please write your questions because this is the only one question is from me. So yeah, I'll start for myself, I guess. Lilia, yes, I'm Lilia. I wanted to ask more about the reflection, because you spoke so much about what you do, but also what would be one main takeaway that you would say you would do differently, looking now at the whole year, and then one thing that you would pass on to the future board, what you think was so good that it's worth continuing. So something to change, something to pass on.
All of us or just in
Everyone.
Okay. I've honestly no idea what to change. I have no idea what to change that can be a decision of a president or a single person, because sometimes, look, we are a volunteer organization, and sometimes people just have other things to do in life, and then they just leave, and then you have to take over a lot of things. So I did like 6 positions in this network for the past 5 months. So what not to do perhaps, and if I can have a advice for the next board, if somebody resigns, let it go. Unless it is a legal requirement by the government, just let it go, don't care. No new website, don't care. It's fine, literally. Your mental health is more important than this organization. Don't do it. Oh yeah, well, something good. Definitely should. Look, I think in what we did very well is that first of all, we raised the budget like 10 times as all the previous years. But what that was thanks to is our relationships with our stakeholders. So this is not an outlook for the next board, but more the people who are responsible for the external affairs is just to keep engaging with stakeholders outside the network, because not only because of money, it improves us a lot.
Maybe it is quite harsh, but I do think that 2 years in the national board might be a bit draining. I think 1 year fully motivated and full of ideas is better than doing a second one where you are not so sure about that anymore. So I think we need to do a lot of reflecting on that as well because it's fun, it's amazing, the community is amazing, but maybe quicker change is better, in my opinion. And the good thing is the people who you get to know and that I was surrounded with in the past 5 years, but 2 years in the national board, and how much they inspired me and how much they helped me and how much they motivated me to still keep going.
Um, okay. Something that I would do differently in my next mandate is also this part of not caring that much. I mean, I will be president, so that doesn't sound very good, but I care a lot, but I should have times in my life when I do ESN, I should have times in my life when I don't do ESN, when I do other things. And I think something that I was lacking a lot this mandate is having this clear separation of, okay, if I'm out of office, I am out of office. Sometimes I was out of office, but I was answering to all messages. And this is something that I want to do differently, and I will promote for my whole board to do it differently, and I will force them to go out of office sometimes because it's important. And something that I would like to keep is that I think before this board and also adding the people who left, was, I think I was less good in conflict management, honestly, and less good in actually expressing what I want in a good way. And I think that's something that I'm getting better at, and I want to and encourage also my new board to, yeah, if they disagree with something, just tell me, Kinga, this is no go, So yeah, that's something I would like to continue.
Glad to be of help.
I think that was too negative, but okay.
No,
Okay.
there was something I would change and something I would keep.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. So can you pass the mic as well?
I wanted to ask you questions, but I will pass the mic in the meantime.
Okay, so next would be Benson from ESN Hungary.
Let's see if this is interesting.
My question would be also related to some of the stakeholders that you have mentioned. You said that you want to have a connection to people, but you have some meetings with them, or any basic cooperation about topics beneficial.
Yes, so you will also get a document from me of things to do. But in general, with Theo, we have met them in an official capacity, yes, and then we have met them at events in an informal capacity. We are in a very good relationship with Baden Koch, who is the Vice President of for Foreign Affairs, but it's also important to know that he is the Vice President of the European Union. So basically, their equivalent of ESN International. So he's a very, very good contact for us, and obviously he's also not the president. Unfortunately, we didn't have the capacity to actually start joint projects and events, but we do have ideas that you can maybe gain inspiration from.
Talha mentioned earlier, more calls or emphasis on getting more support structures, getting international programs. Like there were a couple of events, and I was adding more capacity, but why would it more, again, requesting constantly, hey guys, we need more support structures, please apply at international center. Do you get the question?
Yes. It was a mix of multiple things, I would say. For example, the coordinators who resigned in the past couple of months, we decided not to open a call because giving them a transition and them actually starting work would mean that we would like burden on ourselves in that regard that we would have to be transitioning them, and it would be the end of the mandate when they finally understand what they have to do. It's the learning curve is much longer than a few months, for example, for a position, and it felt like for us that it's not worth it to actually kind of find someone very quickly, put a lot of burden on ourselves to transition them very quickly, and then in the end they are, for example, they can work for 1 month and the mandate is over when we are already like having the new superstructures called out. That was one of the reasons.
Yes, and for the ones who resigned in the summer, we did reopen the call, but nobody applied. And at one point, you need to realize that you cannot bully people into positions. I mean, you can, but we're not working. So unfortunately, we need proactivity from the network as well.
Thank you. Then Janos. What was that correctly?
Yeah, no.
At the end of the day, I promise I'll learn from your names. Oh, yeah.
My question was regarding the session visits. I have not seen one action or I would like to inquire as to how to work what the main goal is and what the main intended benefit of these session visits are for the sessions in question.
I would say the main goal is that you get to know the network. I think it's much easier to support people who actually know you and trust you and can rely on you. I think the most important one is to have like a personal connection with all the sections in the network, because that's how they know that they can count on you, that they can come to you with their problems, their issues, their like goals and happiness moments. I think that is the main goal, that you get to know them, get to know not just the board but the volunteers as well, so they know that they can count on you and they can you can actually support them. And I think a lot of times when we went on section visits, we could like firsthand see issues that they are facing. They could share it with us, and we could also just have like a good time and actually recognize their efforts in making so many amazing initiatives in the network, because we were there and we could see it, and we could then proceed like, hey, do you want to make a presentation about this? Because what you are doing is amazing, but for some reason you guys are not bringing it to us like this. So it was always amazing when we got invited for section visits or when we just kind of went on our own. What is the main benefit? I think it's the same, that people are going to trust you because they see that you care about the network and about the sections. And when they see that you care about them, then they are gonna be more trusting towards you as well, and actually share what they are feeling and how you can help them. So I think that is the biggest goal.
Just a quick addition to that, it's exactly the same principle how Simone is here now. We don't need him for any statutory purposes, but the higher you go in ESN, the more disconnected you get from international students, from local volunteers, and we need to understand your realities as well.
Thank you. Simone?
So it's King.
Simone is Rodriguez. Is this related on my question is to Ilya. I wanted to ask you a bit of your reflection after this mandate on your inner position and what you think was the greatest challenge. And also based on the report, I would like to ask, was it necessary for you to be the bridge between ESN Hungary and ESN International, or do you think that this would be potentially something that transversely everyone does? Like, of course, I know that Anders has been always active at the international level, so there was indeed that important that you were the bridge, or do you think that in the future is not needed?
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you for this question. I could talk about this a lot, but I will tomorrow maybe. So I think being an NR is complicated on all levels, because why it was doable on the national level right now, it's because of the vacancies. a lot of the things I did was an event manager portfolio, a partnership manager portfolio, a president portfolio because the president was treasuring. So like, all of the things that I did, if all of these positions would have been filled, my portfolio would be really, really small. The things that I can start doing and not have someone saying, hey, this is my portfolio, why are you doing this, would be really, really a few things. So I think for me, it worked out and I could realize things, and I'm proud of what I did as an NR, but why I could do it, why I had space, and why I was really, really needed, like because we are three, and that's the reason. On the local level, it's also like towards the local level, it's also very difficult for them to understand what I am doing because I don't know, the president is a little bit clearer because, of course, maybe sometimes it's a little bit hard to understand educational stuff and stakeholder relations, but still, like, you kind of get it, what the president does, and they keep the troops together and stuff, but the NR, why are you there? You know, there's a president. So it's a bit difficult. Towards the international level, I was absolutely not needed, and I think the way to go is that everybody towards the international level represents in their own portfolio. So if we go to a GA and there's a events policy paper, the event manager will ask the questions. And when it comes to general things, it's the president, so Andres was there. And it was also really difficult, honestly, at the education community meetings sometimes, because people were like, what's the, like from other NOs who already successfully deleted the NR or changed the position, it was hard for them to understand what am I doing exactly, why am I here, why am I relevant, why am I a board position, why am I not a coordinator position, etc., etc. So yeah, that's my reflection. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Before we go to the next question, is there anyone else have any question? Okay. Okay. So after the question, I propose to close this business. Are there any objections? Okay, I see no. That's it.
I didn't hear you, but
There's actually one question I have a question about how this project because it's very successfully implemented, and I would like to ask how you do it and what you actually do about it.
Okay. So we had like a meeting with Tempus, I don't know when exactly, where they gave like a presentation to section boards on how they can promote also Pannonia. And we also had an agreement of posting, which did happen, of posting some Instagram posts and stories about Pannonia. So in general, yeah, we try to, because, most of the universities had Pannonia and not Erasmus, we try to keep a balance because that was the reality of Hungary right now. So I think that's all we did. No?
Yes, and we also promoted being a Pannonia correspondent. I think it was the English translation when you are actually on the scholarship and you post some stuff that you send to, I think, the national agency, and you can get an access scholarship for that. So we had the campaigns to promote the program.
Thank you so much. Anyone else? Is there a question? Yes, we have to pronounce it. How about this?
Okay, so yes, my next question is about the positions. So it's a bit of a long one. So in all of your presentations, all you mentioned difficulties that are also because of the national board positions. This is something that I think happens at the local sessions as well. We always have handwritten positions and delegated tasks that belong to the vacant positions because difficult for the people who are actually have their own responsibilities. Do you have any tips and tricks or general practices for this in your case? And or were there experiences that we think could be teachable experiences for the future since we had to do the result very permanently?
Yeah, speak first.
We can all speak now. I think, yeah, okay. So yes, I think I have gotten better at delegating for sure. However, also when it comes to vacant positions that are national board positions, it's a little bit different in the sense of, if a treasurer is lacking, only one other person has, for example, access to the bank or to the president and the VP. So it's not very easy delegating all the time. And also because we were also lacking coordination and superstructures, well, it was hard. We didn't have many people to delegate to, but I think the way to go is to give some sense of responsibility to the coordinators and superstructures, because if they always feel like, oh, okay, I got a task from this NV member, but if I don't do it in time, they will do it anyways, because that's what happens. You know, if your superstructure does not do it, it's still your responsibility to do it at the end. But it's important to give them some freedom, because with freedom, I think also comes some responsibility. Okay, so this is my work. People will see this is my work. I am allowed to send it out by my email. Okay, then it really has to be good, you know, because she's not going to review it or something. So I think that's the way to go in my mind a little bit more.
Let go. It's just not that important. Every time you ask, like you have something, you have a vacancy, you have something that needs to be done, ask yourself the question, will my section, my national organization, whatever, survive if I don't do this? If yes, let go. Because I, for one, got my mental health completely destroyed because of this. It's not worth it. Just let it go. It doesn't matter.
Okay. More on a positive note. One thing that I think was a difficulty is that I think coordinators and superstructures apply for one position. Okay, so for example, one applied for network care coordinator. So a lot of times, even if we needed something, for example, partnership related, I didn't feel like it was fair to give it to someone else who applied for a completely different position just because they were there and they were our superstructures. We could ask, obviously, like, hey, would you be up for something like this? But it's also important that they apply for something that they are passionate about and they want to do. And it's important that we give them those tasks, because that's what they wanted to do and that's what motivated them and that's what's going to keep them motivated as well. So I think that was kind of a struggle that a lot of times we couldn't really give tasks to people because we didn't have partnership manager or education officer and all these other positions. Tips and tricks. That's hard. I think a lot of times just have an honest conversation, like, hey guys, this is what needs to be done. Who feels up for it? Let's do it together. Let's make it like a team thing. And actually they take off a little bit of burden on you of you, it's already a success. And they also feel valuable, and I also agree with Kinga that give a lot of responsibility to your superstructures, because they are very capable people who decided to take this responsibility, so let's give them the responsibility.
Yeah. Yeah, just one addition to what Dorka said, that it's very true that when someone applies for the coordinator position, it's very clear what they want to do. When you apply for a board position, you take on, like, you know that if other board positions will be vacant and it's something that is necessary for survival, you know you will have to do it as a team. It's more of a team thing. I agree also with the fact that, for example, when it comes to income, you know, due to the vacancies, it did happen that I gave tests to income where I was like, but is this really income? Like, they are not supposed to do this. And, you know, it was always really complicated to me, like, okay, girls, are you up for this? Are you interested? And if they said, yes, we can do it, we can help, then of course I delegate it. But yeah, it's a fine line, I think, in this situation.
But also, they never said no. So
that's true, because income was amazing, but yeah.
Just make sure you're fair to yourself as well. So Dorka mentioned that it's not fair to the support structures to give tasks that they didn't sign up for, but it's also not fair to give it to yourself.
Thank you so much. I think that was all the questions. So thank you, National Board. Thank you for your report.
That's what I would do.
Also, during the presentation, we'll open to your videos. So if you have questions during the presentation, you can hesitate to write them down.
Yes. Whew, okay. I need to hype myself up. We need different vibes. Now that we explained to you why it's impossible to, realize everything in an action plan, now we're gonna present you an action plan without it. But let's keep the vibes positive. So, what is an action plan? Sorry, what is an action plan? So, it outlines the plans of the national board, and it sets this direction not only for the national board, but for the whole national level, and therefore for all of ESN Hungary. And it has to be accepted by you. And at every NA, just like now we did our final report or whatever, we have to report on it. So you have to see our progress. And how is it different from the basic updates? Well, sometimes even I don't know, but I do know, because it has more expectations and it's not created, like updates are very position specific, I would say, and this is not for positions. Like even though you will see that we break it down into positions to make it more clear and detailed, the action plan is the action plan of the national board. And after you hopefully accept it, it will be sent out, and also the national coordinator action plans will be put in it, but it's not in it yet, so we don't present it yet because you don't vote on the national coordinator action plans, they do it based on ours. Okay, so what is our approach? At the beginning of the action plan, there's a long text written by me, which is very motivating and stuff, but basically what I say in it is that we want to kind of stabilize the network because there's a lot of change right now outside of ESN, the government and stuff, we talk about it. Also inside of ESN, we can see kind of a generational change. Supporting. Sorry, I'm moving too much. So, I will calm down. Supporting our community is also very important. You will see that we really put an emphasis on volunteer capacity. And of course, promoting mobility, promoting student rights, promoting the ECHA. We would like to make our volunteers more aware of all of these things. Of course, we would like to maintain strong external relations. As Ethan mentioned previously, a lot of things depend on external relations. Secure a sustainable funding. Now that the current board, made the budgets way bigger, there's kind of an expectation for us to have almost or kind of the same amount of grants. So hopefully we'll be able to do that. And leading together with accountability and transparency. I don't know, this is very deep, so I need to be quicker. And I give the webcam.
Okay, so we wanted to tell you, for you to see how did we create the action plan. So the action plan was developed based on the vision of ESN Hungary, which is our 3-year plan, a 3-year strategy, which was adopted by the National Assembly last year, by you. You voted on it, you accepted it, and it's aligned with the strategic direction of ESN International. And to ensure that the action plan reflects our needs, your needs, our network's needs, the local boards were consulted. We created a Google form with the 6 priorities that are inside the 3-year strategy that we have. Inside the 6 priorities, inside we have 3 to 4 topics, and within the 6 topics, you can see the 6 main priorities, and inside there were 3 to 4 topics. I only put one example in all of the priority points, but as you can see, we asked the local boards, the ones, of course, who filled out, we asked them to put basically their own priority, what is more important to them out of those topics inside the priorities. And based on this consultation, we identified the main goals for our mandate the next year, and these priorities were then broken down into our own position-specific goals, which are more specified and plural. So I just want to speak it so fast. So in addition to the consultation process, the board us, the new board, reviewed the previous action plans, the current board's action plans, and previous ones. Yes, and we considered and would like we thought what we wanted to continue, we put it in, and then that's how, yes, it was created. Sorry. Yes, it's still me. Yes, so we will start with the main board goals. Based on that 6 main priority. First one is volunteer experience and development. One thing that was very important to most of the sections is knowledge transfer, and we would like to create best practice sharing call, and based on that a toolkit, and transition calls and transition templates to preserve the knowledge that the section boards have and continue and give it to the new people that are coming after them. And we would like to continue with the regular local board calls that the current board, national board started. And we would like to explore opportunities, reach out to the new universities. Yes, with that, we would like to promote ESN values and the international mobility opportunities, and create a foundation for the future cooperation with those institutions.
Okay, so the next one is governance, trust, and organizational strength. So in the 3-year strategy, it says that all sections should be registered by 2028. And I would like to finalize two before the end of the mandate. Why will it be? Probably because you might remember from 5 minutes ago that only half a section was registered so far. Why will it be quicker? Is because we gained a lot of knowledge on how to do this. We would like to also focus on transparency and inclusive decision making. This is mostly regarding involvement of coordinators, for example, and the consultation with sections that I think we already kind of start with the current board. And for example, tomorrow, that's why I'm doing an art consultation, because these are decisions and proposals that we don't want to create alone. And yes, and we would like to also create, this was also in the volunteer rotation, but a clear guideline for board transition. It's also very important when it comes to organizational strength, because like now I'm talking about transition regarding, I don't know, stakeholder relations and important documents. It's really important that it stays within the organization and doesn't get lost every time a section board or a national board transitions.
Yes, and the next one is external partnerships and sustainable funding. As you know, since we are in the analysis and everything, and the government change, we are expecting to have more grants that we can apply for. So we are really looking forward to those, and we want to apply and secure as much as we can. Yes, we also want to have some long-term partnerships, like commercial partners and financial partners as well, or like more, yes, for example, like the current government. You heard a lot today. We are working on that. We want to work on that, and we want to maintain financial stability. In line with the Hungarian law, with some financial reporting to you and being transparent with it. I also would like to add that these goals would be more and will be more detailed if we get a treasurer. So, yes, come and be our treasurer.
Okay, so the next one is visibility and image communication. As if you saw my presentation when I applied for this position, like it will be just the same, what I promised. So please watch it. First, I would want to reintroduce regular community calls, also a timetable and a calendar for quality posts and regularity. I want to introduce more human-centered design,
with section representations and photos of events. For example, right now there is no photography. Also, what I want to do is on the return of Erasmus EA to introduce more opportunities and sharing knowledge with new universities and do educational posts about it maybe. And international initiative promotion, we would like to continue promoting the international events and guidelines, and for example, such as the Speak Out project, and also with education, because we need it.
Oops.
The next one is mobility, education, and student support. We would like to continue the education volunteers via online platform, section trainings, and NAs. So reach out to Hannah in this regard, but she will do amazing. We would like to do also education about the rights of international students, because it's very important, so that they know what they can do and what they can't, and what if something illegal happens to them. Also launching Erasmus in schools. This project was also one of the goals of the last board, but we would like to continue working on that.
And the last board, like common board, category is impact, innovation, and future development. So based on your opinions in the poll, we still want to continue with the national policy dialogue. So we would like to organize at least once during the mandate to make a platform for students and stakeholders to share their ideas and talk and connect. Digital development, we would like to, first and foremost, support you guys and create new tools, digital tools that we can use and you use. And one of these, one example for this is a digital calendar that we would like to do, which I will talk about later more in detail.
Okay. So we actually went into kind of details on some of the things in the common board goals, but now, we're going to break it down to the position-specific goals, and I will try to not repeat the things that we already said because we don't have much time. Okay, so the president goals first. Now, we start with education. Of course, you heard launching Erasmus in schools in Hungary. I saw in the form that it was kind of really important to you and that you would like to do this project and you would like to participate in this project. So by the end of the autumn semester, I would like to visit at least 2 high schools, which means present in at least 2 high schools, and also and start the outreach in September. And by the end of my mandate, I would like to have a working structure and a structure which is basically a framework that connects the high schools with the sections and not only the national level. I would like to also organize together, all of this is together with the education officer, by the way. I would like to organize education community goals every 2-3 months, which will be separate from the section board's goals and separate from the president's goals. And I would also like to, because we already wrote a policy paper where I used some of the data of the country-specific report of the ESN survey. But I would like to create another one. Thank you, Simona. I would like to create another one where we go more in depth into the data and probably other relevant data, maybe national. I think maybe ask some of the universities to give us some of their questionnaires or something. And why is this important? Is because that's how we can look more professional, advocating towards the ministry and also the IROs. Okay, legal matters. Yes, so the legal registration of sections once again. Yes, as I said, or maybe already that I would like to register 2 sections and I would like to create a legal registration guide so that it becomes easier later for other people. And I would like to create a legal representative guide because if every section becomes an NGO, there's a lot of legal responsibility that the presidents have to take on, and there's a lot of things that you might not know how to do. So I would like to create a guideline for this, available for everyone by March. So yes, and I would like to support SSO harmonization across the sections. The harmonization collaboration is supposed to be there. I don't know what happened, But why is this important? Because I think if the sections have more, similar SSOs, it's also easier to collaborate, to go chair for each other's general assemblies, and I think it can make the whole network of ESN Hungary a little bit more united. Okay. Stakeholders. I would like to maintain the cooperation with current stakeholders, MEPs, campus, because MEPs, for example, because of the new Erasmus Plus program, were very much in focus lately. But I would like also to expand relations with NGOs and commercial partners and have a little bit more focus on them and on common goals with NGOs rather than just the institutional partners. And I would like to represent ESN Hungary at least one major event in Hungary. For example, conferences, festivals, I mentioned in my candidacy the Educatio or Job Birth, we'll see what is doable. But at least at one, I would like to be there, and that would kind of be in collaboration with the event manager. And the National Policy Dialogue, it's actually in the 3-year strategy that we want to do a National Policy Dialogue every year. That we should do a National Policy Dialogue every year, so similar to the one that we did with Speak Out. So we will figure out a way to do that. And we will talk about it more. Leadership and governance. Yes, this is not very relevant for you guys, but it's very important for us because we would like to do multinational calls with the coordinators. They did not happen every month, but we also tried with the current board, and we would like to continue and so reimagine it with Hanna, because it's also mostly her portfolio, how we involve the coordinators, and every time when there's a call, go there with actual topics and actual decisions to make where they can gather input. Also, we would like to make transparent decision making. The president's calls should also focus on that, and also on strengthening their leadership development within the network. And we would like to foster a united direction across the national level, so you see us as a hardworking group that's united and that they know what they are doing. And I would like to have one-on-one meetings with the section presidents throughout the, at least one per president per semester, preferably more. Representation. Yes, so the main task, one of the main tasks when it comes to representation of the president is representing ESN Hungary at the international general assemblies. Of course, I would like to go get that prepared, read all the documents, and encourage my boards to come also prepared with topics that are related to their positions. And encourage initiative and ownership within the national board. That's what I just said. Of course, ESN Hungary's voice should be heard internationally. The current president is very loud at GA, so I have issues to feel. That's all, Vice President.
So these are going to be my action plan points. It's very similar for the ones who have been there. Very similar, my main ideas, the ones that I presented at my action. First topic is well-being and support. I would like to continue with the already started. It was sent out last year, a mental health questionnaire for local boards that Dorothy created. I would like to continue with it because I think it is important to have some feedback from our sections, how they are doing, or where do they need some support or help. And also organizing best practice sharing calls for local boards mostly, but it will be open. And I would like to, with that, continue with creating a best practice toolkit out of those calls for the local boards to be able to see what other sections are working on, what they're doing, what's working best for them, how they are, for example, solving problems, handling events, or how they work together, anything that they would like to share. I would make a document out of it and would like to share within the network. It would be always accessible for everyone. And I think this one would be very useful for also knowledge transfer as well. Next up is I would like to create a support platform. It would be an opportunity to reach out with any kind of issue. it would be mostly for local boards, but if you would like to share with your volunteers, that's also, I think, your decision. And with that, that Dorka also mentioned a few minutes ago, I would like to create a guideline on how to handle conflict, because I think it happens in every board, and that would be a good a good guideline on how to do that, and hopefully not have bigger issues. And also, I would like to have at least one semesterly one-on-one check-ins with the local VPs. Next up is communication and transparency. I would like to restart the monthly update emails with the updates of the national level and the national board meetings. And with that, I would like to create and send out within that email a feedback form that would be open for everyone to ensure two-way communication. You would be able to send any kind of question with anything that you've seen in the updates or regarding anything or any issue or whatever you are interested about. We would check it regularly and then send out to, again, everyone an answer email to those questions. Next up is community and collaboration. Again, something that Dora started last year, the buddy system. I would like to continue with that, create section pairs to aim and support the collaboration, because it was always very amazing to see you guys collaborate with each other. I think that's the best part of the network, to see you work together and build the connections that we need to have more united network, as Kinga said. Yes. Okay. Section visits, I would like to restart that, maintain in a shared calendar. Bogi again will talk about it more, but I would like to have it early dates and everything to be able to go there. Inside the section, it would be a new initiative together with Lila, with the communication manager. I would like to ask like 3 questions. You can see them there. Every section answer them, and we would like to put it out on our Instagram, everything, to be able to share how you work, what is inside your section, to showcase everyone to everyone who is on our Instagram, and how beautifully we work together. So next up, last one, capacity building and knowledge transfer. I would like to restart the regular local EP meetings and section trainings once a semester. I would like to keep that and offer transition goal for local boards. It would be optional, but I would like to create a transitional template to preserve the knowledge, mostly for the sections who might not have such a document yet, but also for the ones who already have it and would like to update it or help with it or something like that. And with the volunteer retention, I would like to create an exit questionnaire to collect information and again preserve what they have and why they leave and how we can build on that. Thank you.
Okay, so it's me. I'm the communication manager. Hi, who doesn't know me? Okay, so what first I want to do is communication and community. I want to reintroduce the regular roles of the communication and PR managers. I also want to help with transition and do workshops about it, because I know how hard it is to step into a position and there is a lot of design works, how Comma works. So I want to help with transition. Also, WIM workshops. Because it's very important, you will have to participate in my workshop tomorrow, because there is no other option, you need to be here. Also, the involvement of the local communication and PR managers, I want to include them in, for example, NA work groups, and also in some posts about their own sections, so they get a taste of the national level, which would also help with recruitment, because a lot of people don't know how it works, what the responsibilities are. So I would love to give them some experience in this regard. So this ensures also that my successor will be a good person. Next is strong national visual image. I want to allow the local sections to have their own, have their platform to shine. and I want to do it monthly because until now there were 30 sections, but IPS, you know what happened. So now there's only 12.
It's still a
so,
section.
Like, it's still a section, but yeah, now it's like more of the 12. But so it's perfectly aligned with the months. However, I would love to allow one section to shine. Love to allow one section to shine per month and to introduce what they do. Also, I would love to create a new position for national photography coordinators and also a committee for them because I would love to have pictures of national events. This connects to the next goal I have is human-centered designs on our Instagram, for example, post about the NA's Christmas Gala because we have wonderful events and they are not well represented in our Instagram. And also the newsletter, I want to continue the newsletter because I think it's a very good initiative. Visual identity alignment workshops. For example, you will have to participate tomorrow. And I would also love to create a Vim communication channel where you could, like, the communication managers and PR managers could ask what they want to do, like if it's Vim compliant or not. So I want to create a communication channel specifically for that. Also, I would love to reuse LinkedIn because it's been kind of out of use since the last year. Also, Linktree, I would love to update these platforms. Next is website modernization. This is part of my portfolio, however, I'm not very big on programming and stuff, so I would very much need Aaron's, my VP's help in this regard. I would love to modernize our website and assess the problems it has, and also I'm counting on BME and Yono and Igor, please, to help us with this regard, because they are doing amazing in my home section, and give them a shout out. And I want to utilize their wonderful work. Also, reorganizing the ESN wiki, and because it's neat to be up to date, and it's not. Next is time management and schedule. I want to, with my newcom and my new team and my wonderful graphics coordinator, I want to create a very transparent, timetable. So I would love to create like an Excel sheet or something like this with deadlines, responsible people, types of content. And I want to create a very clear day and week allocation, for example, for when the sections tend to shine. And this, so I would love to create a such day for like every month, which day was represented, what's going to be posted. So I want to keep it very clear and transparent. Merch, a Vim compliant merch. Yes. T-shirts and hoodies, yeah. And also some other products maybe, for example, stickers, tote bags, but I would love to consult on the sections, with the sections of that. Also international visibility, return of Erasmus is a very big thing right now. We need to post a lot about knowledge and opportunities. National projects, I would love to continue posting about them and advocating for them, such as Speak Out. Also maybe doing some educational content about inclusivity, mobility, disabilities and such, and promoting international initiatives.
So hi, I'm me. It's the last one. So I will be very quick. So regular events like NAs, Christmas galas, etc. I will do them. I will be very smooth with them. I will try to have the best quality for you guys, and I will have the days that are in advance. That's something I really want to do. New possibilities, I would like to look for collaborations, possibly with other NOs or with you guys between the sections, and maybe some smaller ESN Hungary events, one-day events, projects, something. And as a National Arts Museum, as you know, we do not have one, but I would love to work on that so we can have one. I am not sure if we can, so it will start with the resource and capacity assessment, and then if we see that it's possible, then I will try to do the groundwork. If it's possible, I will try to do the event itself, but it is highly unlikely that we can manage it in one mandate and 1 year. Event managers community, I think it's very important to have a community. For example, like as in the international level, it works, and I would love to do this. So I would love to have monthly calls in a very flexible format, so the calls would be strict to be there, but the format will be flexible. I will have more some trainings, talks, games. So yes, you can ask if you want to know more because I can talk about this a lot. And yes, to support each other from a burnout and complete collaborations between you sections and to possibly motivate you to take on some international event organizing maybe. Grants and partnerships, we kind of talked about this already. You can read it there, and I will skip because I don't have time. Just a quick word about yes trips. We will continue to work with them. I will also have a presentation about this after the break. And presentation, also King talked about this. I will have work with everything, organizing that, with the logistics, and yes, oh yes, the last one, chat calendar, which I promised you to talk about. I'm still not sure how will I do this or what's going to be. We have a lot of ideas, but we would like to have all the national events, like dates, as I told you, I want to have them events, it's going to be in there, and I would like to have a platform where also you can share maybe your events, maybe just the section visits, and also it could be like a base and a tool, so I would like to find a platform which can be adapted by local sections locally for you guys to use at your own events and event organizing. And that's it, thank you so much.
So now we can start our Q&A session, and I'll ask for everyone to be concise with their questions and concise with their answers, and we are going to open the agenda for it. And first would be Anders from okay, just give the mic. Yeah, I mean, till the moment.
Okay, let's get into this. I have like 10 questions. Okay, first of all, you mentioned data-driven decision making. What data do you use and how? And I will connect this question to another thing that you mentioned about ESN survey. Who will create this kind of report and by all that?
I do not understand the second.
Who will create the report, the country report of ESN survey, and by which online? And in general, what data do you use to support the survey?
So just for your question, like the first part of your question, we would like to have some sort of measurable, so we would like to have some guidelines how we can measure the impact we have and our events have and our projects have. So that would be the primary data that then we can use in the future to know which projects work, which doesn't. And for the second part, I will.
And for the country report, mostly, we will request it from ESN International. Maybe we already have the earlier one, but it will be mostly me with the education officer, and also maybe we will think about creating ESN survey team for the development of this data. But we will talk about it with the education officer.
Okay, digital tools I use for software
So it's something that we don't really. So we have a few ideas, for example, the calendar. But to be honest, I don't know yet. We don't have specific things. That's what we want to do. We want to find things that we can use to have some sections and our work. That's what I can say.
I have one thing to add because it is also digital and it would be a tool, which was my idea as a network coordinator, and I already shared it with Greti, and we thought about it that we would like to work on it to create the kind of workshops that can be used online, but based again on the needs of the network, because I'm not sure yet what they need, what they would like to use that can be used online, that they that is not maybe needed at a National Assembly, but that can be used within their own sections and something like that.
Also about my new digital tools, I will utilize what we have, like for example the timetable. I would like to also focus on our platforms as like digital tools and what they have to offer. Maybe also utilize our YouTube channel. And what more is I cannot really elaborate on this topic because I'm not an expert on website management and website programming. However, I would love to collaborate with ESN and also my VPA to utilize new platforms, I'm not sure about the languages, but like, and also the project which my VPA mentioned, Adam. So I would love to elaborate on those and like work on that, but I really need to deep dive into it and have a serious talk about this with my VPA. It was very recently elected, so I didn't have time yet, but I would love to like work on this.
Thank you. Anders?
Great. Moving on to the policy paper. We covered the data-driven part, but I think here what will be the topic.
I think it will be really similar, even though the previous policy paper was mostly focused on the Hungarian situation and the problem regarding that. I think this one would be kind of in the topic of, wow, Erasmus is back, so cool. So that would be the main thing. And Erasmus is back, so why is it really important to send students on Erasmus and to receive people who come on Erasmus in a certain way, and how ESN helps in that. So it will be kind of focused on that. A little bit like the one that we gathered last time with everything that the sections do for outgoing students, but I think it will be mostly for the incoming, and it will be more focused on the national level, I would say.
Also, we will do some representation about that on our Instagram and on our LinkedIn page because it's very important for the knowledge transfer. And as it's been missing for years now, a lot of people don't know the opportunities Erasmus has to offer. So it's a very serious issue and very serious topic that we need to handle. And also, it's a big part of my portfolio to get that going with the return of Erasmus, also the return of knowledge.
Thank you. Anders?
Moving on to strategies and stakeholders, would you be up for creating a template for a general strategy template for an ESN section? Because we have a general template for general bank association in Hungary, but would you create a template that is easy to use for sections who want this kind of development?
Yes, I mean that would be the first step, probably of the harmonizing the sections as soon as is having the template, and also explaining why some parts are really necessary in an SSO, especially if the plan is for everybody to become legally registered. So yes, absolutely a template is needed for it.
Okay, I was talking about expanding relations with the commercial partners. Which partners?
So, I mean, expand relations with expand relations with the current partners we have, that trips, housing and stuff, but it's not mainly my portfolio, so it's working together with the partnership coordinator. About new partners, we already talked about Hell with Lydia that she mentioned yesterday, and I'm also really eager to see work together with festivals maybe, which is more like the representation part that we talked with Kingdom. And we have a lot of time to find partners, so I believe that we can find even more. It's just...
It just you wrote it in your document, right?
Yes, I wrote that I want to find more.
Thank you. And before we go into the next question, is there anyone else writing a question? Okay. Can we close speakers after that? I'm asking, can we close speakers after that? Is anyone else writing? Okay, no. So we are proposed to close the speakers after that question. Okay, speakers list is closed. Thank you. Andres, what's your question? We have to type it down and then after that.
I was writing.
Yeah, if he was writing, then.
And you close it, open it.
Okay, so I also saw strengthening leadership or something similar. How do we go about doing that?
Strengthening leadership? I know, but I don't know what are you referring to leadership. Yeah, strengthening. Okay. If it's
how would you strengthen leadership? Like what does it mean?
I think it's important. I think I mentioned this also in regard. Oh, I'm very close to the camera. Sorry. I think I mentioned this in regard to the president calls. I think if we do have the local boards calls in general, then we can touch topics that are related to everybody from the section board. I think the president calls can also focus on that, and we can talk more about how you can be a good leader, how you can be a good president within your board, and not overstep or delegate too much and things like that. So I think the focus can be more on how is it to be a president specifically, and I think that can help a lot in for presidents to develop what they are doing right. What happened? Yeah. Don't I will not touch it.
Next would be Debrecen. And please be concise of answers to questions. Thank you.
Just a bit that's ESN. So my question would be that you mentioned not only the target group would be bigger representative I believe because it would be integrated with the presidents of the sections that one of the
I think it would be like first of all, I would like to finalize it by March 2027. So it would also be a transition document for my successor. And second of all, yes, for section presidents mostly and section boards. Yeah. Who would be included? Sorry, in the case of you and me and the section presidents. That's all.
It's a big family.
My next question was maybe part of what I was listening to what is, in your opinion, most important area of new partnerships? So, like, would be events or next to stable funding, of course, what would be
partnerships in general, everything included. I think the two most important are institutional partners for to secure this big fund for ESN Hungary, and the second one is partners for our international students. After all, that's what we are here for.
And also for events. So, like for example, at the LSG that I attended with these guys, they had a lot of partners who had with the goodie bags, with the coffee breaks and everything. So I would like to find something that in that area as well.
Okay, thank you. Andres?
I think most of my question was covered. It's not the point. I just want to say in general, I think it's a great action plan for misunderstanding. I don't know what will happen to the matter of but generally, it's just an appreciation. It's absolutely wonderful.
Next would be Thomas. Oh.
So, so my question is for Lena. You mentioned the national voter quality. If I remember correctly, why do you think that role is needed? Because, for example, in our case, we have a communications manager, a communication manager in the OC for that specific NA? Why do you think you want the role on a national position instead of the OC for that specific NA or whatever it's like training or something?
Thank you for it.
So, thank you for the question. I think it's very much needed because we need someone feeling responsible for it. Because it's very like different for every NA. Sometimes there is someone, sometimes there is not someone, and I want to get it under control. And it's really not working with having someone for the photos, and it's getting forgotten very often. So, for example, right now there is no photography for a year. So I really want someone taking this position seriously, applying for it, so we don't have to look for it every time. And I really think it's very needed for my goal, especially the human-centered design. So I really think it's needed on the national level.
Can I? Yeah.
The national board. Also, we do not just have NAs, we have section trainings as well, which usually do not have OCs at all. It's us, basically, and I think it would help a lot with having a designated person who is ready at every event that we have.
There was another. What is it?
I guess shout.
Don't shout.
So, follow-up to the question when you're asking, I do not think it's necessary to have someone on the national level for the photo. This is responsible for the sections. To have someone available for photo taking, I don't think it's not a responsibility. Also, it could increase expenses because you might need, for example, let's say assign someone from a section and you need to travel to Debrecen, second, whatever, it's to have expenses. It could be assigned to something else. Also, again, this is for the session trainings. This is the responsibility for those, the OC to assign someone. But for example, the national level, for example, national assemblies, this is the responsibility of the section organizing that they should provide someone. I don't want to try to get into control, which is amazing, but that position, I don't think it's necessary.
Okay, as I see starting to be a discussion of comments and comments, I propose to have it during the break because we are very short on time. Next question will be by the So, comment is your comment. Starts the discussion. Next question is by Kaha. So, and please give us a quick one with your mic, okay? Thank you.
This is the presentation. This is for the event manager. What ideas do you have for national local events?
The first idea was to have some sort of mini, something similar to the section training, but in a mini version, in a one-day version, because I feel like the section trainings are an amazing thing. But we don't usually have as many people attending, and I want to bring this closer to the sections in a way that they could attend even for one day, because sometimes they cannot come for the entire weekend because it's far from them and everything. It's usually really close to the exam seasons. So mainly this, and also some mental health prevention, like health and well-being events brought to you closer. So it's mainly for you guys and not for the other students.
Next question.
You mentioned that this is also part of the presentation for the event manager again. Who will be managing the event, as you mentioned? How will you ensure there is compliance with the sessions that they should upload? Is there time frames and a timetable?
So first of all, I'm guessing I will be managing maybe together with Hanna, because it was sort of a common idea, or like a and I think it would work a bit similar, like with the compliance. So it's still up to deciding. So it's not decided yet. We are not 100% sure yet. But I was thinking we could work together to same way as the point system works and everything. It shouldn't be part of the point system, but Honna could manage with the sending them out and or like making sure that it gets to the stations, and I would manage more the management part or the. I hope it answered your question.
Just a little addition to that, it only works if you fill it out, because it will be for you, to you, and if you fill it out, it will work. If you don't, then you cannot really work with it. So we would ask your help to do that.
Also the event managers community, because I'm really hoping to build this community, and if I can manage to build it really good, then they're gonna be happy to do this, I hope.
Okay, next question is also for Taha.
This one or
No.
almost.
You can ask question.
We should go like 3 times.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, that's the event.
Yes.
I'm not sure if you mentioned it in the updates for the experts, but yes, then you can also.
Yes, no, not really. I only wanted to mention it with the strips, just saying that we are not doing a Transylvania trip with strips because hopefully this will happen. Unfortunately, I do not have any updates for you yet. I couldn't really work with them yet and couldn't really talk with them yet. But it is in plan. I am already in the group chat. I am already in connection with them, and hopefully it will happen. Yes.
Hi, I'm Gila from ESN Hungary, and I have a question for Gila about your language learning plan on Instagram. Could you maybe elaborate, because I know that your plan is short?
Yes, thank you for the question very much. I would love to elaborate on that. My plan is to allocate like a week every month for like a week, and for example the first day, like we need to decide, but like 1 week where a section represents itself, like show, like do a carousel post about them, like introducing the board, some events, and maybe also introduce like event of the month thingy, where like it will be made by the local board, like the local boards and like the local communication managers, and they would have the platform to do a carousel post, and they could decide what they want to put inside of this post. But it will generally be like, this is our volunteers, this is our event, this is our board, and with like, but I would love to give them some freedom in this regard, like what do they want to show off of them. But yeah, this is how I imagine it, and also this maybe this event of the month thing.
Thank you.
It's I think it was asked.
Covered the group?
Yeah, that was not the communication manager.
Okay, perfect. Then Vincent?
So yeah, it's about the organization of the national event. My question is, do you have a favorite in mind, or how would you like to maybe include the sessions as well as like the entire organization?
Yes, so 100% the sections will be included if it happens. I don't have a framework yet because I still don't know if it's even possible for us, if we have the capacity, if we have money, if we have manpower, if we have a place. So so it's still up to work. But 100% the sections will be included, and it will be together with you guys. So if we decide to do anything, we will decide on it together. So I don't want to do this alone.
Then will be Taha.
That one.
Is the next one still you?
No. But after one, it's going to be
Okay.
Right. page, all these supervising international board are looking at is the resource that is called global the section is actually like global awareness. Because I think it's an extremely important tool that should be supervised constantly.
Me. Short and sweet answer, it will be probably me. Again, I am hoping in the power of the event managers community to make this easier on us and on everyone. But yeah, probably me, because I will keep in contact with them and they will be in contact with their events. So, yes.
Okay, next is by Wolverine. I'm sure, sorry, wrong. Oh, yeah, that's good. I saw, yeah. I'm so sorry. Seconds. Then next would be, yeah, but we'll do registration of sections.
Okay, so what is happened? My question is to whoever knows the answer. What will happen, or what would happen if not all these sections will be registered before that? What are the consequences of it? Because I see that as a possibility.
Based on the rules of ESN International, sections who are not legally registered should be eventually expelled. However, the 3-year strategy ends in 2028, and we have seen a lot of NOs who have made the same plan, and there are still a lot of sections who are not who are not registered in other NOs. So I really hope that in the creation of the next 3-year strategy, there will be mention of actual consequences of sections who are not registered or not ready for the registrations. Unfortunately, that will be the next mandate. So yeah, that's what I can say.
Okay, thank you, Simona. Comment?
Yes, and we just implement. So if the statutes, the changes to the statute that ESN International is proposing in the next extraordinary GA will pass, local section will be able to request the international board an exception for the registration. But this doesn't mean that if you don't want to register, you just ask for the exception. The idea is that this is a measure to ensure the transition, or there are specific cases where there is no possibility for section to be legally registered. But yes, so there will be this possibility, but it will be on the international board to then decide, and then if we are at risk, we can just a direction.
Very shortly, an exception doesn't mean that you have to feel doing it. It means that, for example, the political situation in your country doesn't allow you to be legally registered. There can be reasons for this, but also it's something that you decide to do. So, if you ask me, I'm not asking you. You are going to register.
Okay, thank you. Now the top of all the questions.
Secretary Association, I think this is the English manager. Can you elaborate more on the LinkedIn page you have?
So, LinkedIn, like, what do you want to know? But first of all, I would love to start using it, for example, individual posts for every board member with contacts, because it's very important for example, for stakeholders and partners to find easily our contacts. So on contacts, I would love to do a board introduction post, such as I did for BME as well. Also, the sections tend to shine. We could do a more, it depends on the sections and their willingness, because I cannot take on the work for everyone, but if they're open to that, we could also do the time to shine there with a more serious format than on Instagram. Also, we have a lot of great events. For example, the Speak Out project was very great. Also, we had a very great Christmas gala, NAs, section trainings, and we should also showcase that we have this. So these are my plans.
I just wanted to add one little thing. There are really great examples of great LinkedIn pages in other NOs. and I think we will, I mean, she will look into that as well. But just so you know, it's not a weird thing or not a new thing.
It's not a new thing at all. We should be using it already.
And can you be more closer to the microphone here, what you're saying?
The following two for both presidents are covered. So the last two, the communication and okay. So for the communication manager again, regarding more of the partnerships, especially the partnerships on the local level. Or should we implement the idea, or want to implement the idea of promoting local partners by April? So will you be following a similar trend by trying to promote the local partners? Or if you want to do so, how will you implement videos, pictures, or will you leave that responsibility for the local sections themselves?
Yes, of course we need to promote them. I already started this during my mandate at BME, and and I also participated in the last communication manager attempt to do this and get the local board involved in it. I made, for example, for Z Bikes, one of our partners already promotional material, and I would love to continue that and also create templates and send it out to the boards and sections so they can promote it on Instagram. And I also plan to create a highlight where it's permanently available during my mandate. Hopefully my successor will continue it, but definitely I would love to create also LinkedIn posts, also Instagram posts, also highlights on Instagram, and creating, not highlights, sorry, stories on Instagram, and creating a specific highlights just for that to showcase our partners, and also sending out this material to the sections, and they can also start promoting it because we need to promote it. It creates also income, so it's very important for us to do this.
Yes, yes.
Sorry. This is something that we brought up in the sport. I know what happens. This is for the international board. In the cases of any sub-designations of any board member or national board member, does the board have like any contingency or any plan to avoid extra force? I know this is something that we all share together. This is what we signed up for. But in the case that something like this happens, I know you get another NA or extraordinary National Assembly, how do you want to avoid this in the future? Just because life happens. So how do you have any plans and contingencies for this?
Yeah. In case, okay. In case of the resignation of the national board member, or if in case the treasurer stays vacant, for example, there are things that, of course, it will be a heavier workload. Like we cannot do anything about it. We will have to work more in some areas. But as it was mentioned before, the specific projects that are not a necessity will not be continued probably. So like, for example, I don't want to use examples on this board, but I don't. Okay, let's say the communication manager resigns. There are some things that we need to continue because we need to, for example, when it comes to internal communication, managing the Discord server, all of this stuff, we need to continue. Your time to shine on the Instagram page might not be a priority, but it also depends on if, for example, we have the coordinators. When it comes to the coordinators, I think if a coordinator resigns, that's a little bit easier because coordinators have tasks that are not like mandatory tasks. But if a coordinator resigns, it was an important project delegated to them, then the national board should take on and consult with the rest of the coordinators and the support structures on how to manage that. And that also circles back to the fact that we want to involve coordinators more in some decisions.
Thank you. You're done with the question now, so we can talk to the national board. Please move away like this. Okay, so now as you have to go to our break, one more thing, as we took a bit longer than expected, I have a proposal for the amendment of the agenda, and the proposal would be to put future of ES trips, active experience, and the next 60th of DNA HM presentations after lunch, because we cannot be late for lunch. All the session holders agreed to that, so I propose a passive vote. So if you're against it, we'll say it. If not, we will just pass it. So
Is there anyone against the changes to the agenda, putting future guest trips that we know experience in 60 after lunch? Okay, I see that I not, so the changes to the agenda pass, and we can go to the coffee break for 20 minutes. We'll see you in 20 minutes. Thank you. So, Aaron, let's give an applause, please. Let's go.
So they talk about all the work. And so I would recommend it.
Okay, you can start, guys. You can start. Camera is here. So it would be great if you would stand here and you have a amazing. Thank you. We can start.
Okay, so hello everyone. My name is Shani, and together with Bence and Aaron, we would like to talk about our experience at EGM Split 2026. First of all, what is EGM? Basically, EGM is short for the Erasmus Generation Meeting. It is the biggest student-led conference in Europe. It usually has around 1,000 and 1,500 participants. 120 plus countries are represented, and there are always a lot of institutional partners and representatives. And the main focus is usually on higher education and the theme and structure. Basically, every EGM has each edition is around a central theme. This EGM's theme was shaping skills through student mobility, port of mobility, and gateway to skills. So, EGM happened in Split, Croatia between the 16th and the 19th of April. And basically, we arrived one day earlier and we left the day after the event ended. And this was our lovely delegation. I am not sure about the number, if it was 25. 27, okay. I just counted the people, but yeah, so 27 people participated from ESN Hungary. And what happens at EGM and what happened now? Basically, on the first day we had the flag parade, the opening ceremony and social program. The second day we also had the morning, plenary, the EGM Expo sessions and the social program. And Saturday, the same morning plenary, also gallery sessions and social program. And for the last day, we had the ESN Awards, Erasmus Destination of the Year, the closing ceremony and the social program.
So yeah, here you can see a few pictures, mostly from the flag parade as I see, and some familiar faces from our national organization as well. Yeah, basically it's like a short kind of parade where every national organization gets like a huge flag. Many people bring their own music, their own decorations, and go throughout the city for 1 or 2 hours. It's a really great experience and one of my first events like this in my life. Yes, and EGM Expo happened on the second day. This is basically a hub for all of the countries that have ESN in them and for some major partners of ESN, where the participants could go around. Participants could go around and ask about the higher education institutions in those countries and the Erasmus destinations, so people could find their next Erasmus destination for their own mobility. And as I said, like bigger partners were also represented there, and the ESN International was also advertising itself. And there are some pictures from there, so as you can see, you can also get like merch, but that's not the most important part of it. But many people just collected them, of course, and we were changing each other, so we were representing our own universities and Hungary in itself as well at our stand.
Yes, we also had the poster gallery where ESN Szeged and ESN VME had their posters out. ESN Szeged ran the international tour and ESN VME did the photo logo automation, and you can see Zita with the poster and also here ESN VME's poster. Yes, and for the ESN awards, ESN Szeged won second place in the fundraising category, and ESN VME got an honorable mention in the IT category, and there you can see them with the awards. Yes, for the Erasmus Destination of the Year, previously it was ESN Aarhus, and at this EGM, Torino became the Erasmus Destination of the Year 2026.
We had a some social program, which was really huge. We had a delegation dinner where we could taste other cultures' food. A Dalmatian dinner, which was a Croatian one. Red Roasted, which was party or disco social program where we could have a retro styled outfit and having fun. And had a Mamma Mia one and also a Last Dance one.
Yes, so basically on this slide you can see a picture from the Last Dance. This was taken on our last night there. And here you can just see some pictures from the Dalmatian dinner, where we had the chance to taste a lot of different foods from the culture. And one thing that I would like to mention is the youth corner. I think it is a really good thing because it had like a working room, silent room, trainer room. They had like a lot of opportunities if you wanted to spend your time. You could just go to dance workshops like bachata. They had games, painting, hairdressers, which was also really amazing, and yoga. Yes, and for the sessions part, I attended 5 sessions altogether. On Friday, I had some about mental health of mobile students and students in the driver's seat and co-creating welcome activities. And on Saturday, I attended Unlocking Opportunities, What is Discover EU, Student Housing Crisis, and by Odyssey Connecting Your Deepest Purpose to ESN Impact. Overall, I think these sessions are always really amazing, and this was my first time attending EGM, but it was a great opportunity to get to know a lot of things about different topics.
Yeah, just like one thing apart from my sessions, like I would like to highlight that EGM is like a place where you can customize your own experience. You have the chance to even sign up to more sessions than, for example, I or Johnny did, but you can also sign up for less and spend those 4 days even in the youth corner or connecting with other stakeholders on the expo, or just looking around what the network has created for the awards, for example, like the honorable mentions and the other things that we want. But yeah, about my sessions, I also attended 5 sessions. It was really great, as most of the sessions were with, for example, national board members of other NOs or just like new volunteers, but they could give me a lot of insights in several topics. The first one was about safety teams, which can be used, I guess, in the future for our own section as well. The second one was about supporting students through conflict and disruption. So it was together, it was actually with Simona and the national board, the previous national board of ESN Ukraine, and they were talking about what they are doing in their position and in a conflict affected zone. The third one was on Saturday about empowering mobility promotion at the universities. One of my favorite ones as well, the next one, it was with, it was about burning out, and many people could like share their own experiences, like how they are trying to defend themselves from from being burnt out during their many responsibilities in ESN. And the last one was with actually representatives from Coimbra Group universities. And my section is also part of that university alliance, which is a great way to get to know some other stakeholders from other parts of this alliance and bring this knowledge back to my section.
I attended four. I attended the first one, which was a bit interesting. Of course, that taught us everything university didn't. It was like taking experience and learning from it, like taking a bus from many countries a day, and so having a bus that goes with you, and you have to manage it how it will come to the destination. It's just, for example, goes from Denmark to Africa somewhere. So yeah, it's a bit long. Also, never-ending volunteering story. We share stories and speaking about what we can do if we, like superstructure, want to become more these things. Also, I had a rebuild mobility event. We had an event, we analyzed it, then we got another ESN value that we already knew, and we tried to restructure it, so it was interesting. And also from ESN to scholarships, how we can use it to other ESN knowledge or ESN experience or things that we achieve in terms of not just ESN. So it's actually a useful thing, and maybe you can even earn scholarships with it and other opportunities. Fun fact. There was a free public transportation during the event with or even race that we got. It's really a huge help was. Also, we had some extra activities. I personally was on the Exertech almost twice, and but I really wanted to go rafting, but unfortunately I couldn't. But yeah, I was thinking about it. And also we had a lot of money more. And also we had a really huge and really lovely safety team and safety points. I even get to needed their help because yeah, it happens. But
Like, can you stop? Yeah, this is possible.
Okay, amazing.
I encourage you to ask anyone who has been on EGM about their experiences because it was a short time to tell you everything about those 4 days that happened.
Okay, so thank you so much for the presentation. As Betsy said, if you want, you can ask some questions as well personally during the social program. Our National Assembly question hour is open, so if you want to ask any questions, please type them down. For now, there's only one question. So for me, from Julia, is in Kenya. So basically, you shared so many experiences and so many positive things, but what would be the highlight of the gym for each one of you? Just like one thing which was like, oh my god, wow, that was so cool, so inspiring, or something like this. Thank you.
Then I will start. Maybe the first thing that came to my mind was that when I went to lunch, I could meet with the international members of ESN and just randomly sat down somewhere, and then we got into like a really hot conversation about some topic that I was really enthusiastic about, and like those conversations are only happening in EGM, I believe.
From my end, I think what was really amazing for me that everyone was so open-minded, and I never felt alone. Basically, everywhere I went, there was someone that I could talk to, and everyone was so open and kind. And yes.
This was my second time, so I almost would expect what I would get. But I really like that in EGM that so many people can volunteering to make this happen. So it's the whole vibe, the whole feeling, the whole community belonging that they have, the animals cheering up themselves or others, or I don't know, it's a unique experience.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone who themselves to the questions here? Okay, I'm going to go to the speakers list. In 3, 2, 1. Okay, speakers list is closed. Thank you so much, and thank you. Okay, now we're getting to the next point of the agenda. Also, as I get the questions, you can find the agenda in Saturday amended one. So if you want to see what time we're available there. And now I invite the National Platform Vehicle people, so Janet Lux and Mira Bhakti.
Yeah.
Oh, you have a different presentation. I'm so sorry.
It's my fault. So I propose a change to the agenda because I told them they can, like, I thought the international events report will be together in a block, and so I told them they can do whatever order.
Okay.
So I propose just to change up to the block together and just they do until the time they have, and then after lunch they can continue with the other stuff. So like now, for example, I don't have a IT committee, and then after like we end at the time, and after lunch they can continue with whatever is left on the international experience, like Rijeka and so on.
Basically, what the board is proposing is to move national platform Rijeka after lunch.
Basically, yeah.
Okay, so I work for me, but it should work for the assembly, of course. Just keep in mind that our very specific timeline, because we have to be at lunch at that specific time, and we don't have to disrespect the place, which kindly helps us with the situation. So yeah, okay, we do a passive vote. So if you're against, please speak out. The proposal is by national board to the national platform vehicle presentation after lunch. Is there anyone against it? Okay, no one is against. So the proposal passes, and now it's I think intro by Aaron. Amazing. Thank you.
Can you stand here for the camera? So, is it working? Yes. So, hi again. I'm Lucy. So, IT committee, I just got into the IT committee previous semester autumn. And IT committee is the long one, but IT committee means the same, but it's just, I don't know, fancier and shorter one. What is ITCom? Is it okay? What is ITCom? It's kind of maybe the oldest international committee that's happened. And it's formed to support an international VPA and also maintains IT solutions, helping development, making guides. Or develop new ones, even gives IT support for the network that they couldn't reach or they're not there focused to help themselves. And also, not managing the that's another one, never mind. And also in kind of cooperation, but it's not direct, it's more like indirect cooperation with the IT community manager and National Webmasters community through its responsible persons. So, kind of, yeah, it was a, yeah. So, our missions is support VPA and also develop, besides that, we also develop IT tools that we use for the whole network. Like the Drupal was what kind of the Drupal websites package, the satellite name one. Is kind of one thing, and also the maintaining the ESN wiki on IT stuffs is the second thing, and these stuff. So kind of helping out the HQ, the international VP, and the whole network on the background. So it's kind of like this one. So we have Marco, currently he's international VPA. We kind of in the middle is supporting the the international VP and developing stuffs. And somehow we have a connection with the IT community as well. We usually responding to them if they have questions or something, but I'm not kind of that much of part of it or managing them, but yeah, they have their own community manager. So right now it's kind of an expiring mandate, but I only have the picture for them. So right now the soon to be cheering team is Luca, Gonzalo, and Sarab, and also Marco, but Marco have another mandate. The membership thing. So yeah, on the committee levels, they have, as I experienced, they have 3 types of main membership. There's a candidate member that you can apply, they interview you and you get it. So it's kind of maybe a membership level of the local one already, but yeah. After doing some contributions, you can be a full member, and you get more privilege and more wider of doing things, or you can apply more priority to events, international events to get on and something, so you can kind of utilize the whole your membership of the committee on behalf of the committee. And also there's alumni, so you can keep your history on the ESN accounts if you plan to not doing anymore. Our teams right now, we have AI team. They are trying to develop something new and cool. I don't know how is it too public, but they trying really hard, functional and good thing to be able to provide the network. Also have a app development team, which I got to be a coordinator of as well. Yeah, which kind of helping or contributing the Drupal project and other coding and software developing things. Also, there's an IT knowledge team, which most likely making guides, workshops on events, or guides for tech people or non-tech people, and also GDPR thing, because GDPR is important. So yeah, they are kind of helping out and trying to make solutions. How to join, because it's kind of like we are just existing, but nobody knows how to join them. So there's open calls, and also yeah, no, that's kind of outdated. Never mind. So never mind. So there's usually an open call, which saying that superstructure are recruiting, not open call for superstructure. They are usually the chairing teams with different scope of contributing to the committees, recruiting the work that you searching, if you just want to be a member. And it's an ESN CV and a motivation letter, usually, with kind of form or something to message them that you are interested in. And some numbers that we had, as you can see on the date. So we had a lot of people, but the chairing team, the current chairing team, decided, I don't have the scope to why, but they had decided to removing some old inactive members, and also they have one alumni, so they are working on how to build a IT committee alumni network as well, to get some knowledge transfer, or not getting lost the IT knowledge that we have. And thank you for your session.
Thank you so much. Perfectly on time, which makes me very, very happy. And now let's see if there's any questions. The app is always a great presentation. And for now, I see nothing. Is there anyone who has any question? Okay. Can you do, sir?
So I'm having some issues with the app. I think it's faster if I just ask the question. May I?
I mean, yes, but you might be. Say, please.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry for the some information. So I want to ask about
Name the section, please.
right. I know I'm from ESN my question would be regarding the application development. Do you know of any ESN mobile application being developed specifically for events, local events, and maybe for purchase or any transactions in mobile application of sorts? Do you think that this would be feasible?
I'm not really understanding the focus. It was a bit complex.
And so you mentioned the IT problem. There were, I think, 4 categories of competition development, and forefront. I want to inquire about application development, what I'm development exactly. So, is there a mobile application of sorts of development that could be used by local sessions?
Yes, but so there's a ESN satellite, which is not just us, but we are kind of contributing as well. I don't know if it's made for sections, made for national organization, and also made for the international usage as well. So we are contributing projects that's kind of affecting the whole network and helping them to have these things, if I may.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else writing themselves to the National Assembly Act? Okay, I propose to close this speakers list. 3, 2, 1. Speakers list is closed. Thank you so much. And can you invite maybe someone from the OC to say more about the lunch situation? Do we have anyone from the OC? I don't see anyone. Okay, so I think now what do we do? First of all, look around behind you. There's okay, so basically one thing. Okay, let me finish, please. So first of all, sugar cubes are behind you. So when you have time, you can always write them down. There should be also the short notes card. And yeah, now we proceed with lunch. And now I'm just going to leave you there, I guess.
Oh yeah, you're doing the breakfast. Say it. Thank you for it.
Please be on time back. In 1 hour, I'll fix it in chat. Everyone, please settle down. We're going to start in 1 minute.
Thomas, you have presentations prepared? They want to propose to change the order to have first yes scripts and then other.
Oh no,
Last, oh, last, sorry, last.
because they were already in the middle of presenting, so they can finish their work and then.
It's just for you if you want to take them out.
Then that's the only thing the future is just yes, yeah. Before the Rohan.
There's gonna be lots. It's gonna be lots.
Yeah.
Okay, so please sit down and we're gonna start with the quorum check. So we're gonna just call you out and you just raise your hand, okay? Well, you're working rights. Okay, so we're gonna start with we're gonna start with ESN and BMN. Okay, that's one. Then basic Carlos. Yep. Present. Then ESN Debrecen. ESN Debrecen. ESN Debrecen is not present for the student check. ESN Debrecen. I need a CPU. The voting device. Just to see it, just raise it, raise it, raise it, raise it. That's perfect. ESN Alda. Perfect. You see that? ESN Asifasi. Perfect. Okay. ESN IBS. ESN IBS is not present. ESN Loops. Perfect. ESN Manda. Perfect. ESN Lufthansa. Present. ESN Oldham University. Present. ESN Rich. Present. ESN Studwise. Present. And ESN Summit. Present. Amazing. So 12 sections are present. Lovely. And we can proceed with our next presentations. And our next presentation on the agenda is going to be 1 second, sorry. I remember there was a proposal from the National Board actually to change the order of the presentations because now it will be National Platform DIECA, then Future of ESGroups, then Active Experience, then A60, ESM Lithuania. And there was a proposal to change the order of the presentation, starting with National Platform DIECA, then an A60 ESM Lithuania, then Active Experience, and then Future of ESGroups. So we're going to do a passive vote, so if someone is against, just raise your hand. So is there anyone who against on this change of agenda? Okay, it passes, and now let me start with National Platform DIECA. So Janet, Rani, and Mira, I invite you to the stage. Yeah, I guess we can clap as well.
Just a microphone, or would you like to stand here?
Question, do you need more light here, or do I just...
Yeah, pull forward and resist movement.
Okay, so hello again, everyone. Now we would like to talk about our experience at the national platform of ESN Croatia together with Mira. We attended the national platform this March, between the 8th and the 10th of March. May.
We took a Flixbus journey. It took approximately 10 hours. It was a long ride. We went from Budapest to Zagreb and to Rijeka. And then we basically slept through the whole ride because we went in the evening, so it was amazing. Oh, it's still me. Some highlights from the event. We really liked that there were like a lot of international guests. For example, from Poland, Slovenia, France, and Germany. And the goodie bag was also very impressive because ESN Croatia and the event had a lot of partners. So, for example, it contained like a calendar, like snacks, lots of, I don't know what was in it. A lot of things. It was so heavy that we had to carry it besides our luggage because it didn't fit. And then a highlight from my end was the coffee break. I wish that we had pictures from it because it was so impressive. They had a lot of kinds of options for everyone, and then all of the meals were also amazing.
Yes, and other highlights were one of them actually, the carnival big party and also the karaoke night. It was quite fun and we actually sang something in Hungarian. Then another highlight was the location itself. Rijeka is a beautiful city, seaside, everything was so nice, also the weather. Then during, well, one of the I don't know. So during one day, we had a cultural performance performed by some traditional. I don't know. It was like a dance kind of thing, and another highlight is that the surplus food was donated. So it is something very good and yeah, we can. Yes, and some takeaways from the event. It was especially nice and useful to see how other organizations work. We learned some best practices from ESN Croatia, and we learned about different perspectives. For example, we participated in kind of like meet your colleagues type of session where we could talk to our fellow colleagues. And it was also nice that we could network and meet some new friends. So overall, we can say that it was a really good experience. And I think that was it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for being so great on time. And wait, there will be questions for you. The questions you can write them down in the Q&A app. Let's check if there is anyone writing. So, wait a second. Do you have any questions? Can you? Yep. Okay, is anyone writing a question? Anyone? Okay, I propose to close the question round then. Thank you so much again. Thank you. Okay, then next would be finding the National Assembly 60 days in Lithuania and Aegean. Here we go.
Speaking and push her up in front of the camera.
Like this?
Yeah.
And how
And then move forward and backward and you need to point.
Hello everyone, I'm Sonmi. This is me. I'm the partnership manager of our section ESN 7. I'm 20 years old. I joined ESN last September, so I'm quite new to the network, but I quickly realized that I want to get more and more engaged, so yeah, that's why I applied for the partnership manager position. I study English, I'm an English major, and I have a minor in Spanish American Studies. I'm a yapper, I talk a lot. If you know me, you know that, but yeah. And I'm a coffee enthusiast, which means that I love coffee. So you can. So the first event that I want to talk about is the 60th NA of Lithuania. And, you know, we have our main chef from Lithuania, who I met there, and she's the, well, now former? No, not the Maurice. Yeah, she's the president of ESN Lithuania, and our amazing event manager, Stefan. So, as you can see, the 60th NA was my first international event, and like the first NA that I ever attended. So, like, imagine I haven't even attended my own NA, but they're attending my training one. And at this NA, they elected the president, the vice president, and the event manager and project manager, but Stefan already told you about this, so I don't want to get into the details. I had lots of fun. The organizing was perfect, and the social program was at a restaurant, and we were playing games, and it was really fun. And you know, that was the time when my serious relationship with Shatabashi started. If you don't know Shatabashi, this is, you know that, yeah, this is Shatabashi, and this is the pig soup, and this is so famous in Lithuania that they even have festival, yeah, the pig soup festival. So, yeah, and this was my first sugar cubes ever. I was so flattered, and this photo shoot had to be created because my passport got stolen. I'm sorry, Joab. And yeah, we need to do this in order to get it back. And this is a picture of Vilnius because it was in Vilnius. And yeah, in overall, it was the best experience for a first international event that I could ask for. And then my second international event was the EGM in Split. And I also don't want to get into the very details because Johnny and the others, they already told you about it. But yeah, this was my first ever EGM and hopefully not the last one. And from my section, we went there with Zita and Amir. And they unfortunately cannot be there, but I know that they are here with me with their souls. And as you can see, this is our delegation, and this split was just mesmerizing for me. And I attended 5 workshops. I attended one by Martina Bo, The Courage to Wonder, turning the fear of the unknown into your greatest skill. And she shared some very useful ideas how to use your fears to get through the difficulties and actually create something meaningful. I also attended how volunteering and perseverance landed me a career in international mobility. And it was also, like, the topic was kind of similar. Yes. Then my favorite one was the inclusive grid, skills for representative communication, and it gave me ideas how to use our platforms to be more inclusive, and yeah, it was really nice. More pictures about the EGM. This was the last night, and also I almost forgot that we won the second prize of the fundraising award with our international goal. So yeah, we were really proud of that. And, you know, the 60th annual was such an amazing experience for me that I had to repeat that. And I applied as a vice chair, and to be honest, I did not expect to get selected because like, I was like, Stefan, can you please tell me when I get to know if I get selected or not? And he was like, yeah, sorry, but we received so many applications that we are having trouble choosing one. And I was like, probably that's not going to be me because I didn't have any experience being a vice chair. But guess what? Look who's there, vice chairing? Me. They selected me. And yeah, this was my first time being a vice chair. And this MA was in Palanga, and the theme was Love Island. And it was very lovely, so to say. And I was also representing my section, yes, Szeged, and this is a group picture of us. More, oh my god, the social program. Let me tell you about the social program. We went to the beach and we made Saltibasti on the beach. Like, can you imagine? It was Saltibasti beach. But see, it was the perfect combination. And also, let me tell you that I'm sorry, I'm just so enthusiastic about ESN Lithuania.
You can have as much time as you want.
Yeah, exactly. Should I start, by the way? Oh, okay. So, and they had an amazing initiative that they were cooking for us. Like the volunteers were making food for us. Like, can you imagine? Like they went to the kitchen and they literally prepared the food for us, and it was so good. And they had fruits and everything, and they even cared about our health. So it was just amazing. And this is really fun because that was not made by them, but anyway. And this is Duna, and this is me vice chairing again. And also, we were playing dodgeball on the beach with the sunset behind us. It was just magical, so musical, and our charity was amazing as well. And one thing that I want to share or a comment that actually my experiences in Lithuania and the AGM just showed me that when it comes to friendships and relationships, I mean, like just any kind of relationships, like borders don't really exist. Like last week, I was with Julia and Stefan in Lithuania, and now they are here in Hungary with us, and it just really shows that, you know, when you are part of this network, the borders are just they just don't exist, and for me it's so beautiful, and so just I love you so much. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not sorry, but I get emotional. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the presentation. My turn might not be my favorite of the day, who knows? And yeah, now we can go to the questions and see if there is any. It's from Simone. Amazing.
So are you ready at the mind in case you go to sleep? Now my question is, I wanted to ask also before, but I didn't manage, it was so fast. My question is there any best practice that you're bringing back to your local section or from today, you know, or that you would like to bring, you know?
Let me think about it. I think the Lithuanian sections are really focused on how to motivate volunteers to be more engaged, and I think they are very focused on that topic, and it was really inspiring for me that we should also take this initiative to also focus in our sections, in motivation and sharing these ideas. And yeah, I think that's one of them.
Thank you so much.
And thank you.
Yes, I'll just do it now with the mic. So next would be Lensa.
And last year's support.
Thank you for the question. ESN Hungary. So what would be something that you would highlight as your first lecture experience?
Actually, like I learned a lot. The main chair was Dominika from Poland, and she's been part of this network for like a very long time, like years. And she taught me a lot. Like it might sound funny, but like I didn't know how to do like a master presentation, and she showed me how to do the master presentation. She she had a lot of knowledge about the documents, and like she shared everything with me. But even though she had much more experience and much more knowledge than me, she was also always patient with me, and I really appreciate that because I was a bit scared. In that way that the knowledge gap and the experience gap was quite big between us, but I didn't feel like that, so it was really nice, and I would 100% do it again. I haven't started editing the minutes yet, but I will do it in time, just don't worry. And I would also recommend this to you. I mean, to go to other NAs and try yourself as a vice chair, main chair, technical chair, anything, because I think it's like a really, really nice experience. Yeah. Thank you for your question.
Okay, is there anyone else writing a question? Any comment, anything? Okay, then we can close speakers list in 3, 2, 1. Yes, speakers list. Thank you so much. Okay, and going to our next presentation, we're going to invite from experience. Yes, we can do that.
Because you have to go back and just connect to it. I'm ready. Okay, so hi. Oh yeah, the camera is here. So I will be talking about my Acticom experiences. I also joined this international committee recently. I will start with like a short introduction to it, like what is Acticom itself and what have I been up to in the last like 1.5 months, and that will be it. You can see a beautiful picture of me in the swan there as well. It's totally not AI. So what is Acticom? It is the youngest international committee of ESN International, and its main focus is on helping the NOs and the sections to implement higher quality and more impactful activities. That this means like supporting them with materials or even advice if they are asking, or even data about the activities that they are uploading for the activities platform. It has 4 teams currently. One of them is the data analysis. One of them focuses on social impact days, and there is one about sustainability. I forgot. It's SSI, sustainability, inclusivity, and sorry, safety. Yes, thank you. And I joined the data analysis team, so I will be talking mostly about that. And here you can see Pokemon. This is the mascot of Acticom. It's called Jack. So yeah, it's about data analysis team. So this team it's its role to create the monthly activity reports for the whole network as well, but for special requests that any NO or section can ask. And we can create custom reports for a month, for a year, or even for more years. And this basically means like a short, like statistical presentation, which you can use for many purposes. And yeah, yes. And that's like, there are some slides. It's from actually the ESN Hungary's like yearly report that I created. It's about the number of causes of ESN that were represented on our more than 500 events in the last year. And there's another slide on which you can see the number of events and locations and the amount of participants in those cities. Because in the last month, I created one yearly report for my own section, ESN Alta, and one also for ESN Hungary. So maybe we can also use it in our own section towards the university, showing the impact and the amount of people that we are organizing our events for, and the amount of effort that we are putting into our organization and helping actually the international students on our university. But I would also encourage you, if you are interested, to, like I will share it with you the yearly report, because it contains a lot of data about all of the sections. And currently I am working with one of ESN Lithuania's national board member on some activity registration guide, it's Debrecen. And there will be also a revised version of the ESN activities website guide, because it has been an old one. Yeah, and I've been onboarding in the team, but unfortunately there was like a call an hour ago, but we are in the NA, so I couldn't attend. So I'm not a full member officially, but maybe soon I will be. Yeah, and about the conclusions, so like I only did these 2 reports so far, but I believe that I got some skills that I could use later on as well in data analysis, because the team coordinator showed me how to use Data Studio, which is a great application to make kind of reports and in statistics that not only can be used in ESN activities sense, but in other sense as well. So yeah, I can definitely like tell you to join not just Tacticom, but like other committees, because if you are interested in something especially, then in those smaller teams, you will have the chance to grow in the skills that that team can provide you. And yeah, there are some examples. What can you use these activities data for? Like for advocacy towards your IO, your partners, your university. Also informing your members internally, how many people are attending your events, what are the trends, when are more people attending the events, when to organize maybe them, and maybe to show off to the network. Like in some of the months in spring, ESN Hungary was one of the most active in their events in the whole network. And we are proud of that right at this time. And Acticom has a great community. We have some community calls already. They are monthly, they are online, but there are always some team building going on, and it's a really different experience than the local or the national, I believe. And thank you for listening to me.
Questions? I already see there is one. Well, okay, I can. Perfect.
No Thomas, okay. So while we're going to choose my question would be more like personal for you. What would be your maybe you have some expectations or wishes for Acticom? I know in the data analysis is kind of straightforward, but I don't know if you have any thoughts for other teams or in general. Just what do you think you want Acticom to be like, do more or something like that?
Thank you for the question. I cannot really remember. I would say that what I see or what I've seen from the emails that I got from the Acticom teams or from the chairing team, that like they are not really reaching out that much to the network. If they would ask the opinion of the sections, like what what are the needs of the sections. Maybe that will be more implemented and more focused in the teams. Like some teams, not mine, but SSI team, for example, they're focusing on creating like guides how to make the events more safe, more inclusive, and if they would be, sections would be asked, then maybe they would be more useful for maybe more people would use it, more sections would use it. So that's my answer.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else writing a question? Anyone? Okay. Perfect. We're on time. So yeah, okay. I posted all the speakers list in 3, 2, 1. Okay. Speakers list is closed. Thank you so much. Thank you. And for next one, I invite both of you and future of the listeners.
It's not gonna be the fun.
So hi, this is a very fun presentation, I swear, because the whole point of this is to make a choice, like you guys make a choice. Because the thing is, we are, as I said before, we are continuing our partnership with District. And our goal for this year is to have 2 trips with them, one of each semester. And they sent us some really good options. We already had a meeting with them, they were super nice, they are open to anything. And we discussed some options and they put together a few final options. And the whole point of this presentation, me speaking here, is to show you these trips that they offered us. And then I would like to ask you that in the question round, not only ask me questions, but to tell me your opinions, and please, like, have comments on this topic, because that's how we're gonna end up with a trip with District, with 2. And just to start, so first option is Krakow for a weekend. You can see the planned activities. First day is a city tour and an evening program with the ESN Krakow. So Old Town, Kazimierz District, Wawel Castle. That's the classic Krakow initiative day we need. Second day is also evening program with ESN Krakow. That's the fixed thing. And optionally, there's an Auschwitz visit or a one tour. Optional programs mean that they have to, like the Erasmus students, when they book the trip, they will have to choose these options. If they are not choosing them, then they have free time for that day. Then they don't have anything planned for them. This is really important to know because last time we had the trip in Vienna. Some students were confused about that and they were lacking programs. So it's important to know, if they are not choosing the optional ones, then there's no program, it's free time. But the evening program is planned, also with ESN Krakow. And then the third day is also a free time if they are not choosing the optional one, which is the salt mines, and then around going back. Autumn spring meeting, this trip can be done in the autumn semester or the spring semester either. So you can choose it either way. Next one is a ski trip. Last time with the Vienna trip, they tried to have a day skiing, but it wasn't really a good thing because no one chose it because it was expensive. Because in Austria, it's really expensive to ski. But this is in Maribor, meaning it's not in Austria, meaning it's much cheaper. And this trip will be only about skiing. And on the last day, like a smaller city tour of Maribor. This is an autumn semester trip. So if you wanna go skiing, then you can we can do this in December and not really anywhere else. Or maybe February, but I think we have better options for the spring one. So this is more of an autumn option. Next one, Tatra Mountains. This is one of my favorite So I don't wanna put my opinion on you, but I think this is a really cool one because it's not really accessible by the Erasmus students by themselves. So all the other options are something that they can, if they wanna plan it, they can go by, I don't know, Flixbus, train and stuff. But actually to go to the Tatler Mountains hiking is something much more difficult to organize by yourself. And so I think this would be really great. Yeah, it's hiking. It's pretty. It's the lake, which I'm not trying to say the name, but in Hungarian it's the Csorba Lake, the Csorbató, if that tells you anything. It's really beautiful. I think it's a great, great option. This can be also done either spring and autumn. So it's early autumn or anywhere spring. And Croatia, this is a spring option. Yes. And we actually have two Croatia options for the spring. The first one is Zadar, where it's more of a chill program with cities like sightseeing and some beach and everything, and Plitvice Lakes, which is a must if you are in the area. So this is more of a chill Croatia option. And the next Croatia option is a party Croatia option in Prague. This is the classic spring break thingy. So it's parties on the beach during the day, not many programs, evenings, parties, and boat party, beach game, classic spring break for the Erasmus students. And yes, these were our options. Some questions to consider when you are choosing and when you're choosing, that I think should be important. Like which one would your Erasmus students enjoy the most? You work with them closely, you know them, your sections, your people. Which trip can they really do by themselves? Because if they can do it by themselves, they're not gonna pay for it. They're not gonna come because they're gonna be like, okay, I can do it cheaper for myself. Which trip is that you guys as a section or like together we cannot really do by ourselves because of capacity, because of money, anything. And yes, and which one would be most unique to your current events? Because I think if you have a lot of party events usually, then it would be more interesting to have a trip that they can choose, which is not really party related, but something different. So yeah, you don't have to choose by these, it's just my opinion that you should, I think these are something that you should think about. So, where should we go? And with this, I would like to ask you to open the question round and comment round thingy.
Okay, so how is that go basically?
I just want to comment. ESN Diami and ESN Corpus actually used to do Croatia Krakow trips, and we stopped doing that because the interest really increased. Because with like Flixbus and the new train system, you can go there by for 10 euros, so it didn't really work out. I think it's what I have is
yes, so that's what you really wanted to say. Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, can you repeat this introduction for our lecture?
Oh, Balázs.
Balázs. Oh, yeah, now I'm gonna share the mic. So basically how it's gonna go, here now you can ask questions and you can also comment more because as well you wanted it to be more of a discussion, but still we need to have our order, okay? And also you can write this in the app as well, like your name and being more like a comment, not a question, but comment, and you can even relate comment to what this, so it would be easier for us to document everything after. Because if you all go all hands like this, it's gonna be very hectic, so please write yourselves down. If it's direct comment, yes, you can raise your hand and comment directly to something they're discussing, but let's try not to make it messy. And yeah, also time-wise, let me check how much time we have. 11. For this, okay, 11 minutes, perfect. Yep, we can start then, and we start with Fanny.
And sorry, I just also really encourage you to, like, if you have a strong opinion already, if you already know what you want to choose, then you can tell me. So please don't hold back. I think Fanny was okay. Oh, yeah.
Thank you so much.
And my question is that what do you think about collaborating with time travelers as well? Should we have a partnership with both of them or should we stick with one? And if we should stick to one only, what do you think about choosing time travelers?
So the thing is, I do not really have content with time travels yet, but I will be, we already talked about this with English. I am really open to collaborate with them as well. But I would say that's another topic. So this is already happening. This is for sure we have with the asterisks. So we for sure have to choose two options from these. If we have something going on with time travels, that's going to be another thing. I'm going to bring it to you and so on.
Thank you for your answer.
We continue that we have actually already had a discussion with the current board today. Obviously, the reason we got the question and that's the they were in areas it's really difficult. Just want to let you know that we already had a contact and I look forward.
Thank you so much. And my comment is that I will go with Park and the Dutch government. I wouldn't go with them.
Okay, thank you so much. Next can be Marcel.
Thank you very much, Mark, from the ESN groups. So I had the chance to do the Vienna trip.
Yes.
And I would like to ask whether you had the chance to give the feedbacks of that trip, because we were asked to fill out a survey as well. So if yes, what would you change in the future?
Yes, so we had a meeting with the Yastrib's people and we also talked about this. There's a pretty big room for improvement, for sure. We talked about mostly with the preparation, so before the actual trip. We will probably change the way how we ended up with the group leaders, how they were chosen, how they were taught before the trip itself. And that's something we definitely want to change. And the reason you saw, sorry. So the reason why you saw Vienna in the options in the last slide is because we talked about this, that we could also do, like, if you guys want to do it, then we can do a Vienna trip again. But we felt like it wasn't that special, with even the skiing out and Vienna being so close and reachable. But if you want, it's still an option. So yeah, most things that we want to change is the preparation, like very much focusing on preparation, because I feel like we were lacking that from both sides. So from their side as well, we already talked about this, and from our side as well. I hope this answered it.
The next question.
Yes, thank you very much. Just a question. Because you mentioned collaborations with global sections and the trip destination in some of the options, and I'm wondering whether you already reached out to them and do you know they would actually opt for collaborating on this?
So, no, I haven't talked to them, but yes, trips, they work in a way that so these are trips, most of them, that they already did before, and they already, if you saw that it is a collaboration with one section, or for example at Krakow with ESN Krakow, then it means that like they did it before, and they are in active collaboration with them. So I haven't reached out, and this is something like, if we choose that one, and then we will, so it's gonna work in a way, then we will talk with about the date, about budget, about everything, and I am thinking that that's gonna be the part when we finalize all the programs and events and the collaborations. So, but everywhere where you saw its collaboration, it's because they already did it that way.
Thank you. That is.
David, ESN Hungary. So, one thing, what part of the trip is organized and done by athletes and what is done by the center? So, what are the responsibilities and
So basically, yes, trips, they do most of the organizing. They do the accommodation, they do the traveling, they do the programs. We need to help them, basically, with our team leaders and yes, and promoting. So they do most of the work.
so they organize it and we provide promotion and do it.
Yes.
And the other one is like, the question is not more my opinion on the options. Krakow, it's like there are very heavy topics, so I see a lot of people that would be interested in them, I agree. But I see a chance that a lot of people will be like not scared, but like shy away from this kind of adventure. So they are looking for
Thank you. We also talked about, so it came up before, I don't know who I talked with, I'm sorry, but it didn't came up with the Yastrips people, just between us, that the Krakow trip, someone did a Krakow trip with Yastrips before, and they went to Auschwitz on the second day, and then it was, when they got back, they had like a evening party thingy. Yeah, I talked with Bence, I guess. And that was weird. So I'm just saying this because we need feedback like this, and we already know this. And all the programs and yes, all the programs in these are changeable still. So yes, but thank you.
Thank you so much. Next one would be me, would be the leader. I can give it to you. Yeah, actually, it's not a there to Taha. Yeah, you can go to Taha, and we'll use this one.
Okay, my question would be, as you mentioned, Park Island, of course. My question would be, would you be willing to collaborate then with these Croatia governments because there's our national links and you would go in order to join? As I know, because it's more people, I mean, it's big, you have to be finalized and everything, but would you be willing to collaborate there?
Yes, I would love to. I would be really happy to collaborate. If we are not choosing, so if you are like, if we are not choosing the part one, but we feel like that you guys are open to it and we can collaborate, that sounds so awesome. So that's not cool. So yes, I would love to. And even if we are choosing that one, I would love to collaborate with you. That we are doing the treaty with yes groups, but collaborate with you guys on some program or something. So yes.
I would love to Taha.
Taha is original. Regarding collaboration, will be will also the whole sessions that will be taking a command from the trips, or they be taking the monetary value, or they just flag. So that's something to keep in mind as well.
I am not 100% sure I understand it, but
So
you are asking if we could work, so like the Vienna trip worked that you guys collaborated with the leaders, like you provided help, and then you will get them monetary benefits from it.
Another idea was if the developers can have well, so, there's a little bit of hopes, it's not like financial, that's something to keep in mind. Well, the local center is Croatia, is in Vienna, whatever it is, will they be taking anything? And if the financial compensation, otherwise the one.
That's actually, I do not know. But thank you for raising the question. I actually do not know. I don't know if in Vienna we had collaboration with ESN. No. Okay. I do not know. I mean, I would guess no. So I wouldn't my goal would be not to, yes, but yeah, thank you for raising the question, and that's something I will think and talk with the board and with the ESRS people. Yes, thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. And before I proceed next, is there anyone else writing themselves on the speakers list? Anyone? Okay, then I propose to close the speakers list and 3, 2, 1. Speakers list is closed, and Taha is our first guest.
Alex on page. About the trips, have you received any quotes on the prices, like on my side, for all the trips?
No, we agreed that we would all really do each trip very budget friendly. Yes, trips really focuses on that. But no, we didn't agree on any budget yet. And price ranges. If you are interested, you can check their website for their current and usual trips to have some idea about their prices. It wouldn't be so much different. I mean, of course, I think, rationally thinking, if we do a ski trip, it will be probably a bit more pricey than, I don't know, a beach one, like Croatian one, because you have to rent the stuff. It will be up to the students, there are some students to rent their skis and everything, so that would be more money. But it wouldn't be that huge of a difference in the price itself.
Thank you so much. Next, Adam.
If I understand the right approaches, what do you choose?
Yeah.
That's it.
So you will choose the pattern?
Yes.
Okay.
Erika? If you get offended, it's okay.
And I think that's going to be chaotic because the international students are not back to back the skis or what to do for the trip. So I would say that it's worth travel and everything. And on the other hand, having that account would be great because if you organize it by yourself, you will be able to put so many programs in, and if it's already the ESN program, then it's so good. And that's why I believe that I think that what's really difficult must be always the beach or something, but I think the day for yesterdays to bring me there and have a party, like I can do it by myself. So this is my opinion. Cheers.
Thank you. Yeah.
Name and section, please. Name and section, please.
My name is Anna. I'm from Hungary as well. Okay. So I'm going to do that. Have you thought about the insurance part of this trip? The what?
Insurance. I think yes, trips has insurance in the price, so it would be in the price. Yes.
Okay, yeah, Vincent?
Yeah, that's it. So, to be mostly based on the experience that we had, basically we had only one international trip in the last year, but it was a Bratislava and significant trip. So, based on that, and knowing there are some historical or natural landmarks in the area, is that I would say that the altitude would be really valuable. And for the second, I was thinking about also the Krakow one. I might raise some many topics, but those topics are going to be visited there, so I can really think as unique as it would be great. And if it's modified in a way that is controversial as we talked about it before. And next to that, maybe the question part would I believe, third with the internationals. Not really sure. I don't know what opposite points are also raised about it. And I guess it could also very good also students like these kind of things are like separate for them and they just have to depend.
Thank you. Thank you. Next will be Władysław.
Probably ESN Hungary. My question was covered. My opinion on the choices. Out of the five, I think the best one is for sure Tata. We tried to organize something similar. In the end, we couldn't manage to do it because it's not easy for us. So it is a scale that it's good to have experts involved, I think. And also, it's a very, very good option. Even the option crossed my mind to have two of them in the spring and in the autumn, because then we have, like, we know after the autumn if it works, how we enjoyed it, and maybe we can do it again. So out of the five, I think the platform is the best one, and I agree with the concept of for the ski trip. So I don't think that's realistic. We also try to organize some kind of ski trips, and it's not really, especially if we are talking about 3 days. So I don't think it will work. Yes, basically this is the best and worst options for you.
Thank you. I am really happy that I can see that a lot of you like the country too. So I am really happy with that. Thank you.
Next one will be Brigitte.
Maybe ESN.
It's not on the
Is it good? So I would just like to share my opinion on the strategic from my point of view, is that it could be interesting for the international students in the sense that that's something that they would organize for themselves. But maybe it could be interesting because it's already organized and they just need to do it accordingly. And it might be interesting in a sense that it's different than what they would be able to do for themselves. On the other hand, the cost is something that would be, Erasmus students don't have a lot of money, unfortunately, so it might be, it depends on how much they need to be paid for it. On the other hand, that actually is quite versatile. Thank you.
Thank you. And Taha, last question.
We do not have time for.
Yes, are we maintaining the same contract that we had for the internship, or the contract that ended changed?
It's not changing. It wouldn't exist.
Same events.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. I only want to say, come up to me anytime and express your opinion during the day or tomorrow during the NA. And thank you.
Thank you.
I think we are starting to have
Full question. Now we're going to have so basically what we're going to do now, we're going to invite every section there, one by one, to present a big presentation which you all created together with Dora. And what is important, every section has 5 minutes, so let's try to keep that time. I'll put my phone here, so you'll see the timer, and there will be no questions. So you present, then we call another section, another. All clear with that? Okay, perfect. Then I call ESN second to the stage, please. Let's applause to the section, please.
This is good. Yeah, probably trying to explain. Awesome. Amazing. Okay. Mic is on yours.
Okay, the next one. So, welcome everyone to the presentation by ESN again.
Oh, thank you. And let's start about some really interesting things about Szeged that defines us. We have, of course, our amazing mascot, the dome, the infamously loud green trollings, and also every student's fear in the exam season, the tick, the big library. So this is our current award, but we actually had an action 2 days ago, so we will end our mandate soon. And let's talk about our achievements. We have currently 70 active mentors and we have new merch. If you were lucky, you already got some stickers for us. If not, harass us. We will give you some cool stickers. We have some designs up there. And we also have some new t-shirt designs and also new mugs, which we give to every active member at the end of the semester as like an appreciation gift. So yeah, you can see here our two achievements, the 2025 section of the year in Hungary award, and also, as it was mentioned before by the others, in each year fundraising award, we got the second place with the international ball. But I think we should talk a bit more about the international ball in detail because we mentioned it so much. So first of all, it was a charity event. There were no participation fee, which was pretty awesome. We only asked for 5 chocolate bars that we gave out to the children after the event. We worked together with the Carpatio Lapitran, and after, and of course, and after that, the ball we gave out the chocolate, and we also got some support from the university. We worked together on this event. And as you can see, it was a lot of fun. And it was so funny, in fact, that we had to do another one at the end of the semester. And it was the farewell dinner party at ESN Hungary, which we also organized together with the University of Szeged. And this was also a huge success. Yes, and let's talk about some smaller events, but also as important. We had the wine festival visit with ESN Lufser, but this action, it is amazing. And we also had the ESN Pro, which was, again, such as popular as before. It's a really fun event. If you have a chance, come join us. And also the international dinner, I think that is something you also have to join. It was, again, really popular. Okay, and I would like to talk about the personal project, the coffee dates. This is basically a way to make sure that friends are being made inside the sections. After the full onboarding process and the recruitment, a new and an old mentor will go together on like a coffee date or friend meeting. They're randomly put together and they have to get to know each other and send a picture in our group chat so we know that we completed the assignment. And I mentioned the election. This will be our new board from July. 3 of us are here in Debrecen. They are amazing. If you haven't had a chance to talk to them, please do because they are so passionate about their upcoming work. So yeah, please reach out to them. They are really cool. And yes, that is all I wanted to say. Thank you so much.
Okay, now we have ESN page.
All right. So, okay, ESN page. So, as officially known as the party section, sadly, but happy to. I'm proud to present. My name is Taha. I'm the current president, and hopefully, maybe, I don't know if I will stay in the page or at all in Hungary. So this could be my last NA, so let's have fun. So, our current board, yours truly, Dan as our vice president, Dania as global rep, and Sajid, who's here as our HR manager. You will not see our future board because we're still in the process of elections. Sadly, we do not have any applicants, but it is what it is. So, achievements that we have done during this semester.
first and foremost, the most important thing is that we have officially became, and legally at least, and hopefully an NGO. Big thanks to Anders for being in every step of the way. Also, we had a lot of collaborations. I would like to give a big shout out to ESN Second, ESN Loops, our amazing, ESN Mate, our amazing buddy section. You're not on the screen, so I'm sorry for that. And also we had something for the SID, which just came out by a graphic coordinator, which is a photo hunt, and we sent them on multiple parts of the city to take the best pictures they could find. This is not part of the city, this is one of the museums, so we don't have each end page. So, but also, like this semester, we focused a lot on internal administration and also collab with the other student communities because we have a lot of those in page. And ESN became a leading member of the union with other student organizations, including the English German Society, the African American Society, and kind of improving relationships with the OG. So thank God for that. Also, we had a big surplus of students, which was the opposite of the autumn semester, which was really good. And we had one of the biggest events that we always held almost at the end of the semester, which is the Hungary Got Talent. Hopefully some of you join up in the future semesters. And big thanks to Hatstat right there for organizing the event, which is basically everyone showcases their talents, whether it's singing, comedy, whatever they want to show. Do you have anything else? GG. Thank you all for listening.
Now we'll have ESN Boda University. Presentation. Boda. Yeah, presentation was invited.
Hi, we'd like to present the section for Buda University. The current board is us. I'm the local representative. Anika is the vice president. Aaron is the president. I think you may know him. We have our amazing mascot, which is kind of old, as far as I know. And we have our treasurer as well. We also have some members here who are also coordinators at our small section. I don't have to put their names, but we go with Henrik, Aaron, and Maya. And yeah, the event.
Okay. So we try to make the best out of this spring semester. So we try to organize as many events as we could. You can see that we listed the events in like what was the most fun part of the events, like in Montreal. I think the biggest experience was the Hungarian Culture Night, and I would also say that the wine tour is also, but we try to feel the most of the parts. Yeah. Okay. So we collected some photos about our events, and as I also mentioned, the Hungarian Culture Night was, I think, the most organized part, where we also made a potato paprikash to our international students, and it was also fun to. It was a section collaboration as well that we had to cook it in the dorm, so it was also fun, and also the board game night was an event that we can count on every month, and you can see also pictures of it. Okay. So the last part is the wine tour, which took place in Debrecen, And you can imagine that we took also the ferry and we go there to the Balaton Lake by train. And it was a whole day program. And we also made like a trip to the Balaton. And you can see that it was the 1st of the May, and we also had the cultural part of it. So I think we made the best out of the spring semester, and thank you for all this. Okay, sorry.
And also, I convinced my board that we need the ESN second legal tag in our base, so we implemented, but not implemented, we made a proposal and we will follow it for the next semester, and we name it validly, so thank you ESN second to introduce it to us. Thank you.
Okay, so now we have this initiative.
I need to talk. Is it on? Hello everyone, my name is Victoria Alkar. I'm the communication manager of ESN Miskolc, and let me introduce you to our section. What you should know about our section is that Bob is our mascot, and he's really proud of our festival, which is called Jelly Festival. It's a really famous festival in Miskolc, and what's really famous is that our university has our own city in Miskolc, so we basically have our own city called Egyetemváros. And we have many great green places such as Lilafüred and this over there, the Avash place. Let me introduce you to our board. Ferry is our president. Our vice president is Livy. I'm the communication manager. Emma is our new communication coordinator, and Valent is our event coordinator. We currently have no event manager at the moment. We are trying to create new positions like HR manager. But our favorite events by the students is the international dinner, the carnival party, which we created a DIY photo wall, and we had our orientation and freshman days where we had a speed friending event. You can see it on the picture. And what we achieved this semester, we had over 40 new members. As you can see, we have 27 new mentors, 14 new bodies. We created our merch. You can see it on me at the moment. And we won a funding called International Cultural Night. We will have two events. One aims to show the students the Hungarian tradition, one the non-Hungarian traditions. It was a land-led program, and we won the fundings from Miskolc Association. And thank you.
Okay, so next up is Mate.
here for the
Yeah.
Hi guys, so we are ESN Hungary, and firstly I would like to introduce our board. So Sheila is our vice president, Vanya our treasurer, Franka is our event manager, Oshada our event manager, but they are unlucky they are not here, and me the president. And we have few coordinators also, for example, Sophia our event coordinator, and So, so where do we actually come from? We have many campuses around Hungary. Our biggest one and our center is Gödöllő in the agglomeration of Budapest. Also, we have a Balaton campus, which is Keszthely campus. A fun fact that Keszthely campus was the first agricultural university in Europe, so it's quite an important one. We started off as ESN in 2012, and then in the COVID and in the um, in the COVID times, we also stopped a little bit, and then in like 2 years ago, we reunited as ESN Mate.
Yeah, so, and with our new ESN team, we organize events also in spring semester. For example, the Welcome Day in Cairo, Budapest City Tour with ESN Ubuda, ESN Loops, ESN C, and some IBS, sorry. We also had a Valentine's Day program and public program with the ESN page.
Yeah.
And we also had a team meeting with ESN Alta. And we organized other programs for the incoming students, for example, karaoke nights, and painting, speaking, chocolate, and international dinner, also together with Ireland.
Also, we participated in many national and international events. For example, we were in NA in Baja, and 1 year ago, we also organized a National Assembly with Sagan, which was really a memorable and useful experience because I got the chance to be vice OC. And also, our section also participated the 2 days trip in Brussels and also the EGM. And our achievements, so we have luckily few ESN Mate merch. As you see that we have a tote bag which we created together with Gila, and we have a stick also which Jofi created for us. And luckily we could introduce our monthly event calendar on social in Instagram exactly. So I am really happy about it that every month we have these event calendars, and every month the board decides who is the mentor of the month, and they get these tote bags, so they are really happy about it. And we had a successful seed also, for example, yoga and meditation, self-care bingo, and picnic in Margit Sziget. And that's all. Thank you so much.
ESN Hungary.
Yes, on the way. And something here.
Is it with?
Yes, this one is on the way.
Okay. Hi. I'm Piggy from ESN Hungary, and I would like to shortly talk about my section. No? It's in that, yeah? Okay. Yes. Which one is the okay. So I would like to start with our current board members, Lily, our partnership manager. Oh my God. Here, Gina, our lovely event manager, Petro, a treasurer, and me, the president. The best events, I would like to highlight the ones that was, according to feedback, was the best in this year. One of them, we went to the Kékes, which was cold and it was horrible, but there was some sun, and the feedback was that they actually loved it there, even if it was some horrible Sunday. We had a very successful movie night, a spooky movie night, which is a Halloween movie night, but we're a Christian university, so we weren't allowed to call it a Halloween movie night. There were only 2 persons who went with me to the castle, but they loved it so much that they actually came to the next one also, because they could take pictures with the guy who actually shot the gun, and they could hold the gun, and also they could hold the sabers. And this one is my favorite picture. There is a Turkish tent in Eger that you can visit. The sections who actually visited Eger and received the city tour from me also ended up here. This is a picture of the international student I brought there. There are actually costumes that they fell in love with immediately, and we had a little role play there. And this one is the most current event. It was a painting afternoon. These are the paintings that was actually finished, and we take a lovely picture of it. It was, I think, in the history of, since I'm a president, this was the most successful event so far. And also, I didn't have a good picture on March 15, which we did with Alta. And then we went to the National Gallery, which was also pretty amazing because we were almost kicked out 2 times because we were laughing like too much. Here the international events ESN study attended. The first one here is SEP. This is a lovely picture of ESN Austria. It's like a reborn of the monarchy and stuff. And also, I was on EGM. Here they took lovely pictures of EGM. And I think this is the biggest achievement, at least for us, is that now we have a better cooperation with our IRO, because they visited other universities abroad and see how amazing ESN is. And then we had a meeting and they kind of forcefully said that they really want us to do this together because it's super awesome. And I was like surprised, but yeah, let's do it. And this one, yeah, we're not showing this one right now. It's an extra slide, a fun slide from me, because when I was going here in Debrecen, I saw a lot of signs of pickpockets, which surprised me because I never seen it in any other city before, and there was a lot. So I could finally use the best picture on my phone that I could. It is an ancient wisdom, but I think everybody should keep this in mind when in Debrecen or everywhere in the world. It's a wisdom from Reddit, so I hope you will take it to heart, which is that the naked man fears no pickpocket. And thank you so much. Oops.
Okay, next up is the
here for the comment. More or less, yeah. Looks cool. Maybe I put more about it, especially.
Yes.
So, so you can see here also in person most of our current board, all the person who is HR manager, and it didn't really change throughout the year. The only change is that even though we were the event managers also, because we didn't have the position filled, towards the end of the semester now we had two enthusiastic event coordinators. One of them is Vicky, and they helped us a lot, so we were really grateful for them. And then we had the transition period in the next quarter. I want to say a few words about our achievements. One is that at the Christmas Gala we got quite a lot of appreciation from our national community, and also as a team, and also we get to be together every year, so we are really proud of the team activity as well. And the other thing is that we also attended 4 of us from the section the EGM, where our invention of the photo automation got to be in the top 5 finalists for the IT-related award, and we got to be part of the exhibition that we honorably managed in the end. And we had also a lot of events, and
so, I will talk about a little bit about our IRS stuff week and our Erasmus up. These are events that we do with the IRO collaboration. The BMA IRO stuff week is basically they invite other IRO members from all over the world, basically. And they have a lot of events that we always help out. And okay, the right one is the president, I think. The Erasmus Meetup is basically an event that we do for the out-of-work student. We invite our incoming Erasmus students, and they have a chance to talk, meet up, and yes. Yeah, about university stuff, our student union, we had a lot of collaboration. We had an international dinner with them, and also a sports day, and they also made a new international students union inside the students union. We'll be taking over the, I don't know, international projects basically.
Alright, so to continue with our events during the semester, most of our notorious events include partying, pub evenings or pub crawls, so we did drinking, so we balanced this out with cultural events. Our 2 most successful this semester were the acting workshop and the folk dance workshop. Both of these had a lot of attendance, so we're definitely going to keep these up in the next semesters. We also had some new mentors. We 4 people who started out as new members and helped us a lot became active members. We're proud of them. But we also had another 4 new members who didn't become active members yet, but are probably going to help out in the future as well. And we hope to make them full-time mentors during the next semester. We had our elections at the end of April. I was elected as the next president of our section. With me are 2 new board members as well, with Igor taking the IT manager position after me, and Ricky being our vice president. They are amazing. We are going to be a really good team, I think. And lots of love from our event manager, Nani, who is not here, but he's also amazing. So looking forward to working with him. And just a quick summary, our main goals for the upcoming year will be developing and improving the infrastructure, which which includes focusing on IT tasks that we've been behind on previously, cultural programs that I mentioned, and focusing a lot on reaching out to all of the BME students and also from some other people who have interest who came home from Erasmus. We are really trying to focus on getting new members and including you as mentors. Thank you very much.
Okay, so next up is chorus.
Okay, hi, I'm Reika, and I'm ESN Hungary. I'm going to be the future president of the organization, and previously I was a social responsibility coordinator. 2 weeks ago we had our new board elected, and now we have 5 new board members and 6 new coordinators. So we are so excited to be here and to work together in the next semester.
Hi, I'm Camilla and I'm the new event manager. This semester we organized around 40 events for the international students. And I'd like to say a few words about my favorite events. We had a fresh camp in Eger, and we also had some cool parties like a carnival boat party with Alda and BMN. Thank you guys for that, and hopefully we can do something similar in the future. And we also had a Pacific cruise ship and with Mahart.
Thank you very much. Hello guys, I'm Robbie. I'm the new Hungarian coach and coordinator of Corpus. We did so many great events. Well, we got very short time, so some of the favorite ones I'd like to mention was Sunset Yoga, which was amazing, the Kolotko hunt through the statues, and charity dog walking, which we did with a dog shelter, which was very, very active for our students. So thank you.
Hi, my name is Esti. I'm the current vice president until the end of this month. And I'm going to talk about a little bit of our highlights. We think it really helps a lot to keep our volunteers engaged. So that's why we every month choose our ESNer of the month, and every team will have a highlight. And I want to also talk about our mentor families. We have usually a family with 2 older members and then 2 or 3 new members, and they have different challenges together that they have to do. For instance, like an awkward photo shoot. And we have always 3 mentor programs. We had a board game night, a pub crawl, and this semester a quiz night too.
Hi, I'm Linda, and I'm the Tandem Buddy Program Coordinator, and I'm going to be the PR Manager next year. For our Tandem Buddy program, local students and Erasmus students can apply, and the Tandem Coordinator matches them based on a personality test. So this way, the Erasmus students have a trusted person for the whole semester, and they can ask any question from them. They could attend 4 events together, for example, beer pong and a good bike picnic, and we had more than 100 Tandem Buddy pairs, and they had also competition between each other, so we had monthly and daily tandem challenges that they could complete, and we also had a winning pair at the end of the semester, yes, yeah, and they could form lifelong friendships through this program.
Hi, my name is Anna. I'm the current partnership coordinator and the treasurer-elect for the next semester. As you could hear, we organize some amazing events, but other than that, on the partnership side, we overall, after this semester, have 40 partners, which is really great, and we also had a sponsor, so
we're proud of that. We also had merch, which was in the planning for a long time, so really proud of that. And for the plans for this next semester overall is to create a welcoming community for the international students by organizing more events and day trips, and also we would like to have more collaboration with you guys because we had with Alta and Vienna and it was really great, so we're open to this type of events as well. And the overall plan is to create unforgettable memories. Okay. Thank you for listening.
Good afternoon now, ESN Hungary.
Yes, good. So, hello everyone. We are the current delegation of Alta and Boldi. And yes, so some things about our section. We are a pretty big section. We have around 200 volunteers. Obviously, the engagement of them are different. So the more enthusiastic ones are the ones who are in our PR and event working group. They are organizing the events. And the even more enthusiastic ones are in the team. Currently, we are representing here the current board, Bence and me, and we have 4 members of the new board, Anna, David, Anna, and Berta, event president, treasurer, vice president. Feel free to talk to them. We have around 500, 700 incomings per semester. Like 60-70% of them are asking for mentors. We have like 9 faculties, and also a very big addition this year. We have Alta has a campus at Szombathely, and we introduced a new position, which is a representative of Szombathely in our team. So they are all included now. Yes, and we will continue with the events because it was a pretty successful year with around 120 events. So please, Bence.
So yeah, about our events. So statistically, it's true that we have like 2 to 3 events per week. Of course, like some months like January, when we have exams, it's the best, but you can even see a statistic about it. It's also called the Hungary Events Report. Under that, you can see actually the current board fully. Yeah, and actually we applied to some grants along the year, mostly that were financed by, made by ESN International. We applied to more, but we got 1. That was a crazy orientation with QN, and I believe that we implemented a new committee system which focuses on different types of events, distributed them along among our volunteers, and that works quite well. And yeah, we also had section cooperations with around 6 or 7 sections. And yes, let's see some pictures of our events and some from it.
Yes, so as Bence mentioned, we organize a lot of events. We try to organize a diverse events such as sports, social, cultural, or arts and crafts events. You can see the karaoke, the dog crawl, dog walking, the famous ESN home that we try to organize every month. We also try to organize board games, and yeah, they are pretty famous.
We also wanted to mention or talk about our mentor camp, which is our biggest recurring training event and also team building. We do it for our mentors, and usually around like 100 people come to this event. It's basically a 3-day long camp next to Lake Valenza, and we do a lot of like team buildings. We have like team competitions, and the new members of our section can also join, so they can meet new people. There are a few pictures of what we do. Okay, and all sections are invited. Some of you were already there, so yeah, we hope to see you in Parliament.
Hi, and next thing we would like to talk about is like a new initiative. A couple of years ago, we began trying to organize international freshman camps because the Hungarian students have a Hungarian freshman camp, but the international students don't have the same orientation event at our university. So we began organizing this as ESN a couple of years ago. Sometimes it went well and we had 100 participants, but sometimes it was cancelled. This time, this is a new thing, we are organizing it with ELTA and other ELTA organizations, such as NSYNC. It is like a new part of the university. It is meant to help us. We have different student unions, doctorate like normal, and also ISAC, International Student Union. And yeah, this is going to be in September, and so on. Hopefully it will be very successful. And thank you for your attention. Next step. And follow us. Yeah, follow us.
Okay, so next up is books.
Okay, so hello again, everyone. Now we would like to talk a little bit about our topic section. Here you can see our reports track action, and I'm really glad that we are running the full board in this mandate.
Now I would like to talk about our favorite events. We organized a lot of events this semester and the semester previous. In the beginning of the semester, we would like to introduce ourselves to the Erasmus students that are coming here during our welcome week. So we have media mentors. We also have different parties during that time, and obviously throughout the whole semester. We also did an Easter workshop, which was a great success, I would say. Like, it was something new that we did. And a lot of people came and they really enjoyed it. We also had a carnival in February, late February. During the welcome week period, we also have an ESN crawl, so the Erasmus students can get to know the nightlife of Budapest. And we also like to do different city trips, for example, something like that.
And let's continue with our events during the social media days. We started with an amazing opportunity with the bio organization. These are very kind people who work for to make Budapest even beautiful, and this was like a voluntary opportunity for us. After that, we organized our yearly shelter visit and event as well. And lastly, we had a great Szeged trip with our body section, ESN Szeged, and we also visited the wine festival as well.
So I would like to talk about some things that we are really proud of. Firstly, we had the chance to organize the previous NA in Baja with a wonderful ESN page. And our president, Johnny, attended the Erasmus Generational meeting as well. And our board actually met with Simeon in Brussels, and we had a team building in Eger as well last semester.
Yes, and this semester we introduced many new things in our section. I would like to talk about these new things. The first one is the monthly newsletter that we send out to the international office and also to our mentors to to kind of keep them updated about the happenings in the section. The second thing is the Move In, Move Out project. Basically, it is ongoing right now that our Erasmus students are moving out, and we collect stuff from them that they are no longer used. For example, like kitchen stuff and decorations, and we will give them to the incoming students next semester. Another thing is the Hidden Gems of Budapest. Is like a social media post series, basically that I introduced showcasing hidden places of Budapest. Then there's the loop that you can also see there. It is like an event recommendation mechanism, basically, that we can update and share with the students as well. We established monthly calls with the IO, which is super nice. We started the small sections for Budapest collaboration with, together with ESN Oputa, ESN Mata, ESN Samarbeiz, and ESN IBS. And we made some fun new stickers. So if you want some, we have them here.
Yes, we obviously also have some challenges and goals. For the challenges part, obviously the ongoing legal registration process, and we actually at the moment have a low number of mentors for the next semester because most of them are finishing their studies. And this semester we face some issues regarding the activity of the international students as can be mentors as well. And this semester was full of unexpected turn of events. Everyone got injured and we had a lot of hospital visits, unfortunately. And we are also facing some challenges regarding the relationship with the international community and the university. But for the goals, we really need a successful recruitment period in the next semester. And we are also planning on starting to create knowledge transfer documents and as well as finding successors for the positions. And it's always good to overview the SSO, so in the summer maybe I will be doing that. And then in the next semester we would also like to organize mentor trainings. And obviously it would be really amazing to finalize the legal registration process. And here you can see some fun pictures of us, and thank you for your attention.
Okay, let's start for the final presentation. ESN Debrecen.
All the way. All the way.
Hi everyone, I'm Esther. I'm actually an alumni member now because I just finished with University ESN. But I will present my section to you. This is our section. This picture was taken on a farewell dinner. This is an event that we organize at the end of every semester for the exchange students. And we took a group picture with our section. Our current president is Rika, and our VPs for outgoing students is Flora. How can I point to this sword?
With the red one.
Yeah, so, maybe I can show you numbers. This is Flora. She's the VP for outgoing students, and our incoming VP was Abigail, but she's an English teacher. Our event managers are Lila and Chila. For HR, we had Bodo. For Webmaster, we had Bari, he's not on this picture. And our secretary was China. We had the elections 2 weeks ago, so our section completely changed. A lot of students are going abroad now. or finished with their studies. So we are actually in a lack of members now. But our current new president is Abigail, who's unfortunately not in this picture, and our VPs are Ruby and Boro. In the beginning, there was a huge interest from the econ students. We had 116 students as exchange students, and there were a lot of events that we organized for them. We had 3 to 4 events per week, but as you can see, in the end, the interest dropped, and we unfortunately had to cancel a lot of events, so we had mostly just 1 event per week. And some words about our event. We had Erasmus Wednesdays, which is a party in Bakalin, a famous country in Debrecen that we had, and we tried to make it themed. For example, you can see that we had a carnival in Erasmus Wednesday, or we had some karaoke nights, we had a board game night, or a football tournament, we had a collaboration with the ESN programs, and we organized a hike with Yula. We had a cocktail, we had quiz nights, we had a campfire and marshmallow event, and we also had a language exchange. This was organized for the first time, and it was a huge success. Yes, and our biggest event this semester that we organized an international trip, and we went to Prague and Brno, so we visited Czech Republic, and we contacted the local sections, so we have a secretary from the ESN Prague, and also from the ESN Brno. And the main target audience was also exchange students, but also Hungarian students joined our university. And I think this is a very good presentation, but thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the presentations. And now we have a coffee break in a second. As we are a bit behind the agenda and we all want to have more time to prepare for the gala, I propose to make it not 30 minutes, but 20. And then after we have a coffee break with pictures, which is representing all those that are long. So my proposal is to make this coffee break for 20 minutes. Is there anyone against this? Okay, this coffee break is 20 minutes. See you later. Please go ahead.
Okay, no problem. So, good morning everyone once again. I hope that you are ready for this presentation and you are not too tired. Please, I need you to follow me and to ask me if there is something that is not clear, if it's something confusing, and we can slowly go through it, okay? So, today I wanted to present you a bit of information. You know that one of the causes of ESN is environmental sustainability, and this is not just related to ESN, but is also related on how Erasmus students do their mobilities and how they do their mobilities. And this has been a priority for ESN International and for the network for many years. So, yes, so today I will present you a bit which is the student perspective on climate change, how do they choose to travel during their mobility and before their mobility, some information about support that they will receive if they decide to travel green, also their behavior and some good practices and resources that you as local section, but as well together with your university and your stakeholder, you can use. So, what is the ESN survey? Who knows what the ESN survey is? Okay, really good. I like it. Good job, Andres. So, the ESN survey is the biggest student-led survey on internationalization of higher education, which is a project that ESN started in 2005, and we are currently on the 16th edition, and next summer we will launch the 17th edition. The presentation that I'm doing today is based on the 15th edition, where we collected around 23,000 responses from international students, both exchange and full degree seeker. So those students who decide to do the whole program in abroad, and non-mobile student. Why non-mobile student? Because it is also important to understand the perspective of all of those who decide not to go on a mobility. And then the 16th edition, which is the edition that ESN launched last summer, and we finished on the 31st of August of 2025. And here we have the data of mobile student, so both exchange student, full degree student, non-mobile student, and you will see this year we also introduced graduate students, so those who have finished their mobility, have finished their studies, and now they are in the labor market. So, as I was mentioning, in the new edition, there is the graduate track, and here is to understand also the impact of the Erasmus students when it comes to finding a job, to developing skills, but also we introduced a section about the European degree. Who knows what the European degree is? Okay, so basically, a few years ago, the European Union decided to try to create a degree which would be recognized all across Europe. And this sounds really easy, but it is more complicated than what you expected, because this cannot just be an initiative that comes from the European Union, but this implies that every country, 27 countries, decides to change their national legislation. So all the 27 parliament of the European Union will have to change the legislation if they want to increment this. And this is why it is important for ESN to collect data, because then we can advocate, we can say, students want this, so this is why you should change. Then we improve a part about teaching and learning. This is also connected to improving skills and about European University Alliances. So, but the main goal of the ESN survey is to understand who are the students who go abroad, which is their motivation, which is their perception and awareness on their rights, because you may be surprised, but many students don't actually know which are their rights when they go on a mobility, the support that they receive from the sending and receiving higher education institution before, during, and after their mobility, the condition of the mobility experience, so about housing, about the grants they receive, the recognition, the interaction during the mobility, and maybe this can be, I don't know if you know, but the majority of the students, more than 50% of the students, reported that they have zero interaction with local students, and the impact of mobility experience. So, actually going to the green mobility data, what we see is that most of the students see that actually first of all, it is an individual responsibility that we have to take if we want to actually support climate action, but also that they are concerned about environmental sustainability. However, this doesn't match the reality. In fact, when we ask how they travel when they go on mobility, most of them answered, and we will see also the data, that they use plane, but also because they are concerned about the cost and the time that this would imply, for example, to travel by plane. Yes, and here, as exactly, we see that the number actually of people using the plane to travel before their mobility increased from last edition. Of course, it's just 1.4%, but still is an increase. And also, what we saw is that traveling during studying abroad continued to be dominated by sustainable travel means. So while they're on a mobility, they use sustainable means of transport, which means that to reach their mobility destination, normally they use plane, but to travel, they mostly use buses, trains, ways that are more sustainable. Also, something for you really interesting to know is that in their daily life, they use sustainable way of transportation, especially to reach the universities. We see that 44% using public transport while at home, and 42.2% walk to their mobility to their universities while they go on a mobility. Then we also see that there are some differences among countries. So not all the countries actually have the same level of students who decide to travel by plane. This is really typical in Southern and Eastern Europe, while, for example, in West and Central Europe, the students decide to use the plane. Of course, this is not just based on the countries, but as you may consider, for example, Greece, Italy, or Spain are really less connected compared to maybe Belgium or Germany or France. Then, also, something really important. Do you know what a green travel top-up grant is? Okay, someone really quickly, what is it?
If you're traveling in a sustainable way, then you can get top-up.
Exactly. So if you decide to travel by train or by bus, or you did the majority of your travel in a green way, you receive 250 euro more to cover that expense. And we see that there is a strong awareness because 64% are aware that there are this additional money, but you also see that there remain a gap because yes, it's true, they know, but there is still a 30 more percent of the students who are completely not aware that this is existing. And also, something that we found out is that information is the period in which they receive the information is essential. They must know this information as soon as possible when they decide to go on a mobility, because this will facilitate the possibility for them to actually plan, arrange, and organize sustainable travel. As I was mentioning even before, funding still remain one of the major factors, which means that those 250 euro, yes, they help, but they're not enough to actually support students to go on a sustainable means of transport. And when we asked who are the people that inform you about this opportunity, we see that most of the time is Erasmus coordinator, then there are information on the university website, and just 6.4% from classmates and colleagues. Why I'm saying unfortunately? Because this is where ESN can come in, and hopefully we can see in the next edition that in this pie, this percentage will be even bigger, because we know that the peer-to-peer communication is more effective than when it comes top-down. Also, something really important is the perception of the student when it comes to the Erasmus Plus program. And we see that the SPIC student not going by sustainable means of transport, struggling, they still believe that the Erasmus Plus program can support actually the fight against climate change and environmental sustainability. Other information for you to know is some behavior that we found out from the environmental sustainability component. And actually, this is founded actually from a project. So most of the data that you see in this presentation, we are able to analyze them and to study them also because we get funding that can support the office to actually work, come up with report, and then we will see the other resources. And we see that, for example, starting from here, is that students, even though sometimes during their mobility they have green behavior, when they go at home, they lose it really easily. And this is again something where ESN and where you as local section can come in. How many of you do activities after the mobility experience for the students who come back? This is something, for example, where ESN can come in, you can stay in contact with them, not just to make them join ESN, but also to provide the training, to making sure that they are actually able to keep those behavior. Maybe they will not become volunteer, but you are organizing an event with Erasmus Plus students related to the topic of environmental sustainability, and they may join. And this is an opportunity for us as ESN to make sure that this habit continues after the mobility. Then something really important is how much? Okay. So I will try to be as fast as possible. Then we saw that the impact of the peer-to-peer attitude, behavior when it comes to supporting environmental sustainability. Then there is the fact that top-up grant is still too small. The fact that students will always privilege what is cheap compared to what is green. And then, of course, the existence of challenges with infrastructure. Sorry, I have to rush. Then something really important for you to know is that there is the Erasmus Generation Portal, where we collect the testimonial of students who actually have been on a mobility through green way of transport, and we did a storytelling campaign. Both of these opportunities were also developed through EU-funded project, where we were able to actually support economically students to go on a mobility through sustainable means of transport, and in exchange, they created this content. And here you can see some example. We have also from Hungary, and also something for you really important to check is the communication campaign report, where you can find information about sustainable travel, especially the guideline for stakeholders. This you can share with your higher education institution, other student organization, if you work with student union, and also try to be updated, because in the next months we will publish a new report on the impact of Erasmus Plus on the students' behavior. And that was it. I hope I was helpful.
Okay, thank you so much, Simona. Let's see if there's any questions in the app. For now, I see no. Is there anyone writing a question? Okay, let's move on.
Let's see myself. That will look good.
Thank you.
You are here a bit too close, but still on the frame. So.
Yeah, so I know it's amazing presentation. You had to rush through it at the end, specifically where you mentioned use cases of this Erasmus generation.
Can you repeat? Sorry, I didn't understand the last part.
Could you tell me about some more of the use cases, the main idea behind the project?
Yes, so the main idea behind the Erasmus Generation Portal was to give a central access for all the students, not just Erasmus Plus students, but in general students who want to know more about international opportunities. So for example, in the portal, apart from the component about, for example, the campaigns, the stories of students who have been abroad, we have a grant simulator. So for example, students can simulate the grant that they would receive if they decide to go in a mobility destination. Of course, not necessarily this will be the exact same amount, but this can give the opportunity for the students to understand. And in this grant simulator, for example, they can even simulate if they would go on a mobility with a green way of transport, already we calculate the top-up rent. If they have fewer opportunities, so disabilities, they come from a low economical background, they potentially can receive more money. This is something that is also included in the simulator. We have also a whole component about environmental sustainability, for example, for them to understand also their footprint. We have information for the countries. And actually what we want to do is to include more and more information. So for example, in March, we applied to another project, and if this gets approved, what we would like to do is to include information about visa processes of students. And the idea is to continue always to include more and more opportunities. When I'm going home, for example, we have, as I was saying, this mapping of all the EU all funded opportunities from Erasmus+, but also Fulbright, which is to go to the US. We have Pannonian, we have Turing, which is for UK, we have STEMP, which is for Switzerland, and we can include for more information. For example, I was not aware of this compendium, Stipendium Hungaricum, but this is something that we can include, you know, and this is also where I need your support, because I cannot be aware of all these opportunities, but if you tell me, we can make sure that they are there.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And my question is pretty simple, but what is your big aim of?
It depends on how much money I have. No, I would say for me, it's training.
Thank you.
My question is, in your experience, how useful actually is data collected with the experience of like, for example, in negotiations, can you use it, and how like the partners or people who are negotiating with you are reacting to this data? Is it actually used?
Yes, it is used both for us when we come to the negotiation, and for example, this is something that really diversifies us, for example, from student representative. We don't necessarily represent the student, meaning that we were not elected directly by the students, but we come with evidence-based. So maybe I'm not representing, but I'm bringing the data of 35,000 students, which is a strong backup. And something really important is that the ESN survey is also mentioned when, for example, the European Parliament does report. They use it as a source for their information as well.
We also use it negotiations on national policy to ministry or
and if I'm not mistaken, also Hungary was in the top 3 of collecting data for this category. Would they be students? For non-mobile students. So this is a big stuff. And next time you can be first in all of them, hopefully.
So my question would be, do we have some data in this institute also about not just about the transport to the mobility destination, but about other mobility students? Because
during their mobility, you mean?
Parties and other students which are not so sustainable.
Because here, where is it? Here you have during, before, during, and after. I don't know if this is what you were referring to. No, okay, sorry. Can you repeat then the questions?
I'm so sorry for before. Can you repeat how much?
Yeah, of course. So, other than like the transportation part, the transportation sense, there
Not that I remember, but this is, for example, something that we would like to focus with this Green Erasmus 2.0 project, where we would like to focus also on which is their behavior. So if, for example, they recycle rather than maybe, just not the mobility, but their behavior, how they develop skills, if they receive, for example, certificate, if they do courses on the topic.
Just a quick comment that we do have some stuff, for example, whether or not they join events.
I think it's, is there anyone who has a question? Okay, then I propose to close the speakers list in 3, 2, 1. Speakers list is closed. Thank you so much. Hungary National President, so Andres, here you go for the statues proposal. That was better. Mike. Mike, I think that Mike. It's not.
Are you? Would you rather stand there because I can change the camera? Yeah. Or if you stand there, it's also perfect.
Okay. So, quick explanation of what's happened. You remember, well, some people remember, that at the last extraordinary national assembly, we finally accepted our new statutes and standing orders, which is a huge result in the sense that we no longer have Hungarian statutes and a completely different English one, but they are one and the same in both languages. We have submitted that to the courts, and unfortunately it was rejected due to a few reasons. I will not go through all the reasons because some of them can be fixed without National Assembly intervention, but we do need to change the statutes in and the standing orders as well in 2 parts. I would like to highlight that these are technicalities, so you will see why. Okay, so first of all, we need to change our name because we have included. I'm sorry, I'm not in the shop. We have included that our foreign language name is Erasmus Student Network Hungary. Even though we had an official translation for that, unfortunately the court rejected that. Rightfully so, because our current name legally is Magyarországi Nemzetközi Hallgatók Egyesület, which doesn't really translate into ESN. Therefore, the board is proposing to change the name of the organization to Erasmus Hallgatói Hálózat Magyarország, short EHHM, which would be the direct translation of Erasmus Student Network. This is so that we align, and because it sometimes gets confusing that we publicly say that we are from ESN, and then stakeholders or partners get like a contract or an email or an invoice or whatever with a completely different name. So it's not really viable. I have absolutely no idea why it was named this way, but okay. So this is one proposal, and the second one is to remove the national representative from the statutes and the standing orders as well. So here, bear with me now, please. This is strictly technical. Tomorrow you will have a discussion on whether or not to keep the position, but for now it has to be removed. The reason it has to be removed is that unfortunately Hungarian law does not recognize vacant positions, which is stupid, but unfortunately this is our reality. That means that since this position will not be filled this year, we have to remove it. If we don't, and we don't elect somebody for the position, we will face serious legal consequences, unfortunately. So it's something that has to be done. Of course, you can bring it back. So as far as I know, the next board is planning to use this year to figure out how this position can be changed, if it needs to be removed or renamed to a different portfolio, whatever. You will start the consultation tomorrow, and then you, maybe next year, you might come to the conclusion that we do need the NR, and then you can put it back. But for now, we have to remove it. Yes, that was all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So now you can go to the National Assembly app and ask questions if anything is unclear or some regarding the solution. Is anyone writing themselves? Can I ask someone to be able to follow? We'll see if we'll yeah, Nicolas?
I want to ask about the
First name and section, please.
Nikki ESN Hungary. That's in fact the sections.
Okay, next is Debrecen. Oh, sorry, yes, comment?
No, it's possibly right now to the
You cannot use the edit. Thomas?
Can you not access?
Yep, let's figure it out. So Thomas, while you ask the question, okay? Okay, that's it.
My question would be, would you elaborate? Would you elaborate why is it needed to just curious why necessary to remove that experience?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So if we because obviously the next board will need to be submitted to the court as well. We haven't done this yet because the previous procedure is still in progress. So unfortunately, we will not. Jesus Christ, I forgot that rules there is another thing, but this is not a statute proposal. So basically, we haven't gotten there yet, but once the new board will be submitted to the court and they see that there is no NR, then they will first reject this change and request us to elect somebody for this position. And if we reply that we just don't elect anybody, then unfortunately what happens is something called, I think, törvényességi hatósági eljárás or something like this. I'm not exactly sure about the name. But basically, they will start pressuring us to elect someone. If we don't, then we can get fined. And in the worst case scenario, they can basically terminate the organization. Törvényességi megfelelés, so like legal compliance. And another thing is just to add to this, but I will talk about this with, I think, maybe at another time. But basically, because of this process is still ongoing and we cannot submit the new board until this is done, and in the summer things are slower as well, we will be proposing that the National Assembly basically elects us, me and Dorka, as interim. It doesn't need to be a whole election or anything, it just says it's basically gives us the power of attorney, let's say, so that we can still sign contracts in case it's necessary.
In our section, we also have a position, but in our like level up, we have it as its own, and they accepted it. So I cannot be yours.
Well, first of all, we don't have our wording like this, but that's actually a very interesting thing, and I will look into your assumptions. But for now, we're still proposing this.
You might ask, might wonder why it was not a problem before, and there were given positions in the national board. If I understand correctly. But if I understand correctly, it was always removed, it's just now that now we are taking action seriously at the board, because before they were not. Yeah, and so this is the one of the solutions, and this is another solution, so we can absolutely into that. And the other thing I wanted to add is that why is it not a problem to remove it and then put it back? Because, and in any way, I mean, that I'm going to do this because even if you don't delete an art, it will be changed in some way. Let's see that maybe that will be the same procedure as kind of deleting it back. So that's what's not really.
Thank you. Before we go to the next question, is there anyone else who either themselves for the question? Okay, if no one, I propose to close the speakers list. 3, 2, 1. Speakers list is closed, and Bobby, next question is yours.
Yes, so my question is, if there won't be a treasurer, then we should also create a treasurer position? Yes. Okay, and then also connected question. So, is it because every board member has a PO?
No. No, we just have it in the statutes that we have these board members. And look, man, this is something that we consulted with the attorney, so it's not me coming up with the solution. This was already checked. It's done. They are done. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Then should we change the statutes? Because, like, for example, we are also an NGO, and we only present the people who has PO to the court, and they are there.
No, you don't. You will sign. I signed the document myself.
You did, but we are not sending it to the court. It's an internal document. We only send those who has PO.
That's you're looking for. I'm sorry. you have to submit the people who are in the
I see Aaron has covered. No, wait for the mic. Okay, payment section.
Yes, Can I ask a question?
No. But you can only comment.
I'm just wondering what happens with the treasury portfolio if we need to remove it.
That's a very good question now, which is unfortunately irrelevant to this topic, and I suggest you ask the next word.
Thank you. Going next, we have Aaron about language.
So, my question was does the Hungarian name of the organization have to be fully Hungarian, or it can be used, Hungarian?
Yeah, so it's as far as I gather, there are no like very strict rules, but it should not be fully English. So we cannot change it to our soup network. But you can have this name like Erasmus in the rest of Hungarian rules. So it should be. And it's also similar to how the three sections in Budapest are named in the different sections.
Thank you, Robert.
Normally ESN, the only question just for your background, how much escrow will it take for the name change? Because my bank account.
That's a good question. I hope not a lot. I don't know actually. But our name is not really in that many things. So I think in a couple of weeks it should be refreshed everywhere. Because government systems will refresh themselves. We need to have the bank, the invoicing software, and some other things changed.
Also, little comment on the name, just like for the old banks, and 3,000 years ago, that it had a different, it was more now.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. David?
Cover.
Cover the book. Thank you. Okay, but next time, just if someone covers your question, just remember what was covered, it's easier for the minutes. Okay, thank you. No, okay. Okay, and that's it. Yeah, we can close.
Yes, and that it was actually my last presentation as president. Thank you very much.
Okay, so now we are going to the coffee break. So yep, see you in 20 minutes. And we got the picture. So yep, please be back in 20 minutes. Sharp.
I'm opening the.
Thank you. Yeah, because that will not be like listening. So that's why I don't want to be like, oh, well, fun, you know, I need to run. Can you close the door? Can you close the door?
Can I get the mic? Okay. Welcome. Thank you guys for coming back from the coffee break. Funny enough, it's not Julia announcing what is the next program, but I will be the one. I would like you to also welcome our alumni, because we are going to have a little alumni panel discussion for you guys, because we realize that often in ESN we focus on the now and the current, and there's so much knowledge in the network that is just there and people are willing to share. So we invited a bunch of amazing people who meant a lot for this network and are still meaning a lot for this network to have like a little chat about what actually ESN means and what it means after you leave ESN or after you transition out of your roles from one to another. So please welcome everybody, and please also welcome Kinga, because she will be moderating the discussion.
Thank you, Laura. This is an introduction. I'm very excited, and we have 4 audience here. So I think I will keep this mind a lot, and I will keep the day a lot, because I would like, first of all, in my few minutes, just to introduce yourself, tell us what's the ESN section or level or position that you have, and when, and what are you doing now. So I want to start.
Let's start here. Okay. Hello.
Okay.
Hello. Hello. Okay, hello everybody. Hi everyone, my name is Marci. I'm almost 29. I studied in BME and in News, and I have a master's degree in international relations. I started ESN in 2018. Actually, at that time, well, I was a section assistant, so it was a very long time ago. I also became a section board member in ESN BME as a PR manager, and then later I also became a core business active member, so an ESN core business active member. Then later on in life, I also had the privilege of being an NOR in ESN Hungary. That was around 2021, 2022. And then I stayed around a little bit, was financial auditor, and helped out as a chair and stuff like that. I think I officially became an alumni in 2025. I think so, but I'm not sure actually. So that is kind of my timeline in ESN, and yeah, I'm going to pass it over to you actually.
Yeah, hi guys, I'm Mira. I'm not the current alumni. I joined ESN in 2023, I think. And then I became the PR manager of ESN Hungary and then the president for a year. Then I had a little of the ambition. I was in the army for a few months, but due to personal issues, I had to resign, which I'm sorry for. Yeah, I studied at Corners. I only have a bachelor's degree. I was working this year in digital marketing, and now I will, from September, learn at Erasmus University of Debrecen. Yeah, that's me.
My name is Julia, and I joined ESN 1.5 years ago. And I was the manager for like 1 year, and I'm a joined and I'm one member from the next semester also. And I was in Erasmus University, and I would like to apply to the manager role. So yes, that's for me, and I'm sure.
Good afternoon. I'm Gabor Depression.
and do other than that, because for time following, so I have been founded in ESN Hungary in 1998. I'm looking for is originally I'm from Greece. That's where all these ESN Hungary events started, but very soon we were proud to be establishing network all over the country. And now I'm so delighted to see that also locally and internationally this has grown so much. This is great to see. I'm a bit touched or bored. That's why I'm really speechless. But we will have a lot of sharing events and sharing the experiences in this event. So I'm looking forward to your questions and also to the stories that happened in this last 25, 30 years. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much guys for the introductions, and we're going to jump right into the topic. And I hope at the end we will have time for questions. So as you can see, we have people who have been on this for a while. We have people who from ESN is not that long ago. So first I would like to ask the questions to Mira and Chima. And especially Mira, what was the weirdest thing about your first month in Hungary? So what was the first thing that you found as a union of that was part of ESN anymore? And for the most of is like during this process of choosing, how did you feel? Did you feel some kind of relief or more, sadness about it? Like what was the experience of choosing something again?
So I was the president before I started being unwilling, so it was a big change for me. And it was very weird to not tell the president what to do, or to not control the events, or all these things. So it was very hard at the beginning, and but I think the president at that moment, she was very open for this, and she understood that it is hard for me to let go. And I also got in touch with them. I went to their MAs and everything. So it was weird. It was sad. It was hard to let go. But now I'm a bit more okay. But it wasn't a relief at all.
Well, I will actually say I have a lot of experience living ESN, but I'm very scared of this. When I go to my Erasmus, and if I want to be a part of it, I need to be online, so that's really important. And I would have so much fun, I think, and I also want to do this hard, and
Thank you so much for your answers. It's actually interesting because you can see that it's not really relief, it's more sad for you. So I would like to ask a question to Mats and Gabo. Is like, now looking back at your ESN journey, for you, how did it feel and how does it feel now to be out of it?
Yes, yeah. So, looking back on it, how did it feel at that time? Looking back on that, I think it felt great. There were a lot of, I think it felt great. There were, of course, a lot of stressful parts. It comes, with ESN, but there's a lot of amazing things, amazing people. And I felt that journey to ESN at that time had an impact on me. It changed me in different ways that I didn't think it would. It made me be more open. It gave me skills, even as a presenter or just in life in general. But there was a lot of passion during that time for ESN, which I remember very fondly, and that's what I remember back in the day. Now looking back on it, and what it was like, it's actually kind of the same thing. Actually, it's just great things. I don't remember anything badly, and I don't think people should, because sometimes when things come to an end, it it should come to an end, and you have to back into it. You just have to make sure that when you're there, you put your most into it, and yeah.
It happens sometimes.
So, for me and for our generation, it was definitely what gave the most with the ESN that we gained is that working after in an international environment. This was a perfect combination and also so good atmosphere, creating international friendships, international relationships. And sorry. I didn't get used to it. I get used to this. Yes, so excuse me. So so many. At the beginning, it was a small community, and since then, it developed like a big, broad international network. That's all you can look back to this decades. That it's what was most important for us that you could see that still those students who were exchange students visit each other, they are still having this stable friendship and a lot of fruitful cooperation. Also, I don't know if you noticed that not just ESN babies, but also ESN generations. All of these babies that grow up, so they are sharing more and more of this experience. And what we organized as well is also what we can do this network in Europe and other sides of Europe, that all these exchange students still keeping in touch, still helping each other, not just informally, but also through the work relationships from different fields. And this gives also nowadays such a good background to share experiences and share knowledge and transfer knowledge, but also in the ESN and this international environment is the best source and best experience for working and living in an international environment. So once you're the ESN, you're always a business. So it's you got the experience, you feel that how that this voluntary work is really apart from your studies, apart from your work, the duties later on still the alumni is keeping contacts, keeping experiences. So definitely it's very important to have this feeling of international. And I'm pretty sure that all of you are looking for once you're here, and always looking for future jobs which will here experience later on international or international organizations, NGOs, and then they are always it's a very positive lesson when they see in your experiences, in your CV, or you might already know or get to know familiar faces from the previous generation who were already working there, and they can also help you in the future. So this is so much human, but also I would say the human, but also the life experience, work experience also. So all these voluntary work is a very big additional asset towards your future career. And that's very briefly because I also just so internationally that also I was traveling lately, so the countries I just hopped in, and I have to a little bit focus on to prepare some presentation of the past experiences, how showing you more examples and personal and also wanted to give infos from this, our friends, our ESNers, how they lived it and how it was from their experiences. Like, that would be for the next step, because now that I don't want to take so much time, I just want to emphasize that it's really, you will maybe now not see it always, and you have a lot of sometimes facing a lot of difficulties or happy moments, but definitely these moments you will remember always. Yeah.
Okay, so I thought of one thing that makes it easier to your section, and it's that having reliable people to lead your section too. So if you have the time and energy, and if you have people who like trust in, try to talk with them, a little bit like, if you're interested in this role, it will be very nice, because it makes it so easy, and you're not going to stress or anything, then okay, she will take care of this, so no problem.
Thank you. Thank you, Nina. Okay, we are going to talk about the skills that you learn in ESN and that you do in your life. It's going to be a big part of the discussion today, because I think there's something I'm really interested in. But before that, just a little bit lighter question is, what is one thing that you miss the most, or maybe one thing that you thought you would miss from ESN and you don't? If you have an idea, you don't have to answer those, but I mean that you can answer shortly.
We can switch the microphone. Is there another one? We can try. I don't know if it will be better. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. I turned that volume down, so because I think it's coupling resonance from the mic to the.
So should I speak without the mic? Maybe I should speak without the mic.
I think we can do this one.
Yeah.
Hello, okay, this one looks great. Sorry, so what am I missing most? Well, actually, it's one is the community. I love being this. It's always a great voice to people from different sections, from different ESN countries. I love meeting people and gaining new connections and new friends. And then including that international events. I love going to international events such as EGN and SEP. Those are always my highlights. I even went to one that some of you may not know was AGN, that was before EGN. That's another one. But that is definitely something that I miss. And I wish I could go again and listen to that. But I can't. And what I don't is, let's see. No. No, that's it.
I miss the community most as well. Our little our office, the ESN office. Yeah, it was in Corpus. I think we had like it's gonna sound cheesy, but we really had like a little family, and it was a big safe space for you. And I really miss them. And I actually don't really miss the exchange students. They were hard to manage. It was good for a moment, but you get tired, I think.
I will definitely miss the community as well. So I will remember ESN, like whenever we met, whenever we had an event with our section, we were so happy and laughed a lot, and I thought it was so amazing, and I really appreciate that. And I also don't have anything which I will miss. Maybe only a difficult times that I had to manage more than full-time last year, and so that was really difficult, but I really like doing ESN as well, and so yeah, I just love that. And I section to be so wonderful, and also for national ESN and international, so of course it's true for this entity as well. I'm still doing that national place, so actually they are also
what I really miss is this. This was always, and I can speak loudly, maybe in the beginning of the enterprise, that it was always so great to be and having these events together. And but slowly, which was eroding, what we miss is the alumni, so these ancient guys like that we couldn't have more information or overview on the recent events or how the sections, how the local sections handle national and how international ESN develops. And it would be great to get more involved, because in the past it was very strongly, this heritage was very well. So there was always a transition, and always been more alumni involved, and nowadays it's I must say that maybe I can speak in the name because we keep a network of these old alumni that all of I can speak in their name also that they also experience and also they share their view that it would be a pleasure that also we organize events together, but not really. So these are which is for us a missing point. What I and we don't miss is when we organize these events, was all this financial and technological problem. You can't imagine how much tools are nowadays. So that was so that's a big difference, and I'm happy that you don't have to cope with all these burdens nowadays.
Thank you. That's actually really interesting. You know, I think I can say in the name of all people that sometimes for us it feels hard to reach alumni. We feel like they are so out of this. Maybe they don't really want to come back anymore. But it's really interesting to see that actually always want to come back and they want to have an overview. But as you said, once a listener, always a listener. So the question that I would like to ask to all of you is, looking at your life today, what is something like a skill that you learn in ESN and you would say that you still use that regularly?
Let's try this. Does it work? No. So, to leave that one, I think so. Wait.
Let's try this. Great.
So it's working together with people, and team coordination, because as you can see, there are a lot of people here, and in section boards and national boards, you have to work together with people, and there's a lot of work to go on together. And that is something that is a very useful skill, because anywhere, in any point of life, especially work in the job market, you have to work together with people that it's a completely different world, that you may not have eye to eye on things that you think matter. It's a job that you have to do, and sometimes it becomes very, very hard. So team coordination, working together with people, also the fact that there's a chance here to, especially in NAs and I think in international events,
going together as a group of people and delegating that job itself to me was something that is very important because again that's something that you cannot necessarily learn. There are managers out there, team leaders who don't necessarily know how to handle people and that everybody is different and how to handle a job like that. And that is something I think in ESN you can actually learn and experience and use that later in life because it's not something that anywhere else you will get a chance. Maybe in the job market, but then that will be much harder later on. So that is
For me, this is a bit more specific, but as I mentioned, I was a PR manager at Gordon's, and I learned to think and design in line with an organization visual identity, and it helped me a lot because I really like this field, and you learn how to make a design that is not entirely yours, but but you're still in the design. I don't know. So you can mix yourself with the visual identity, and I think it's amazing. And I actually got a job because of this position, and I still have it. So if you have time, I would suggest you get a position in ESN. I also learned that you are the one that has to make the decisions. So no one will make the decision for you, and it's hard to learn, but I think you can get used to it. And I also learned that there are places where different people get together and how different people can get along. I don't know if you understand me. So I didn't know that this many kind of people can be this close and create a very loving and supporting community. Yeah.
I will be into English. So I think this is pretty much connected to what I've been doing for a year in ESN. Since I'm the project, finishing up skill. And I think my experience in ESN helped my professional life, but also the other way around. So I learned a lot, for example, leadership skills, here, and international as well.
Additionally to this, you have to really learn and experience from the learning of ESN is that you are able to communicate and manage all kinds of people from all different backgrounds, all different nationalities, and this gives you the ability to communicate and solve various cultural differences. So this I think in development now current situation and also situation this is very important to experience. And also once you are experienced in the ESN voluntary work, then there will be no more in the future any kind of surprise, any kind of problem that you can solve. Because you can be you as well this work helping the international students how organizing it, how strange problems and you are solving it successfully and later in the future don't be surprised or glad that on anything because they cannot be compared.
Thank you so much. I think that's actually really relevant for everybody. The problem solving and teamwork part of the field always following. Mira, you partially covered some position-specific aspects that help you later in life.
But for the other, I would like to dive in a little bit because Martin, you were national representative, and I would like to ask you how representing and, for example, being involved with stakeholders and representing internationally, how that part of ESN still really helps you professionally, or don't.
Oh, great. That's a great question because I feel like when I was in MAR, I tried myself out in a position where I wanted to be in and didn't necessarily know if I would be great at it or good at it or how I managed it in the beginning. But it turned out positive at the end, and I gave a new look. So, let's forget about it.
What about this? So, I gained perspective on myself in the fact that I should not be afraid to try anything out or put myself in a position where it demands more of me than I think I can handle right now. Because at the end of the day, the worst that can happen is you fail. But then you're back where you started and then you'll do something else. Don't be scared of that. It happens, it's life. Sometimes these things happen. But what's the best case scenario? You're great at it and you have a new skill and then you can move forward and use that in your future. For me, in the work environment, really helped me when I first started working when I was, it was during my first year of my current workplace. It really motivated me that I can do this. There's going to be probably issues, but at the end of the day, I'm going to be okay if there's going to be no problems. So it really motivated me in that sense. And actually later on in life, it's much more interesting because later on in life it motivates me to pursue things that I originally wanted to do. Because it's a look back on how much I liked doing this, and then maybe I should find something that's more aligned with what I like. You know, of course, it's volunteers who don't get paid for this, so I can find another job. But there are jobs that are similar to that field. There are jobs that are similar to the treasurer positions. So you can find these things in the job market and actually use them later. So right now it's more looking back and it motivates me that I had this part in my life, which I look back very fondly on, and that I can still do this again. So yeah.
Just from a more of the job market perspective, and not from mine, just one small note that going to these interviews and everything, they usually don't really care about what you exactly did in ESN or what exactly your position, so what you did exactly in that position, but rather that, oh my God, she was working voluntarily next to the university. She must have good time management. She must be very very responsible, very, all these things that it's a plus that you did something next to university, not just because 90% of the people just get a diploma and that's all. And you're working hard and having international students and all these, which is a very big plus for every single employer.
Seems weird. Okay, so thank you so much. Staying a little bit into this position specifically, together we're also in ESN International. So I would like to ask a little bit to share about your ESN, like more specific ESN International experience and did it influence your career later or choices in life when the whole path from being a founding member in Hungary to being international. About it.
Thank you. So we also on the international level, ESN that was at that time a different task, a different condition from a Hungarian perspective. Because for me and for my colleagues and friends, my most important task was to introduce and diminish all these fears from I would say the old ESN countries that they were facing or having some prejudices for our countries and our region. So it was before the EU accession. It was also no accession, so it was divided east. That's what they were thinking, and we had at the local level a lot of motivated students. They were interested to go abroad to help international students to get access to international communication and friendship, and of course study experience, but no finances. That was really difficult at that time. So, and the ESN International has had a vision, because at that time it was already there was the EU level, that was the Socrates program, and also they wanted to develop also with on the ESN International to make first it was to bridge these fears and boundaries, and also that to help to these exchange students from the West who were who had financially well organized structures and already long time established sections, but the students there locally were not so motivated. So that was to somehow bring these two aspects closer. That was a background, and on the international level, that our task and my responsibility was exactly to make more promotion for this, to get to invite more of these ESN events or ESN international representatives to the local sections, to local events, because already, of course, Hungary was a very fruitful student life, international life, was economic background within the Erasmus program. And that's what we have to establish it into the structurize into the Erasmus ESN framework. There were some other student organizations, but they were not so focused on our principles. And this is what gave it got a good inspiration, like when it also ESN with law on the international level, we could lobby together in the EU organization that to give us proper funds for making this program and study program and to be opened, and then to have a well-established structure. So this was our big task at the time to get these values and experiences.
That's really interesting. Really different reality from what we are in right now, I would say, here in Hungary. So all of you covered how yes and no actually helped your career and how maybe sometimes it got you a job, an opportunity, an internship. But I would still like to open the question if any of you would like to share a specific story when it helped you, for example, at an interview or something. And also, if it happened to you that sometimes your ESN experience was not taken as seriously as you wanted it to be. So if you have any input or any stories to share about it, that's really interesting. Anyone can go.
Hello, I will start by. So actually, I got my first job that way. I didn't have any experience beforehand. I had a 3-month internship that I did only for university. But I had a lot of experience in business, so I just put all these experiences on my CV about being an R, about being a PR manager, and listed lots of different things that I did. And when I interviewed for that job, it helped so much that I had something to talk about. I had something that I knew about that I could talk about, because that's what matters, because they're interested in how you're thinking and how you're at problem solving, and not necessarily like, because it's not necessarily the skills in that sense of like, oh, you have this specific thing, can you do this? It's more about how you can handle it yourself, and are you in a way confident enough to join the company. So it helped me get my first job. So yes, and that way really helped me. I don't think it put me in any, like, I don't, people didn't take it seriously. Let me think about that. I think people who don't know what ESN is, and you talk to them about it, it varies. Some people are like, oh, that's great, that's a great thing to do. And some people are like, okay, volunteer. But it never was where it put me in any bad place. Sometimes it was taken seriously, sometimes it wasn't. But the most important thing is that you take it seriously, and then how you basically put that information towards the other person. Yeah.
As I mentioned, I also, yes, I also had me my getting my first job, and I'm still working there. I'm social media manager for an international women's magazine. And during my interview, they saw that I'm a PR manager of ESN, and they asked me about this for like 15 minutes straight. Like what I'm doing, what I have to do, what I'm responsible for, so they could see that what actually I'm doing. And for the second part of the question, the reason interviewers or companies take ESN seriously for me, because my CV is amazing. Because I don't just write that I'm the ESN company's, I don't know, president, but I know that, I don't know, I have get money from the university, or we organize 100 and plus international student events and so on. So just write what you actually did, and after position, and it gets you there.
I was in a project, an Erasmus project lately, and I said that when you were there and you were doing a program from different paths, I had my experience, which I could share with them. It was about education, and somehow I could connect the ESN too. So it was amazing that I could share all that I gathered, and I could make that useful for them. So
definitely also ESN. I did career because of really starting as a trainee, and also I worked for some time as an training institution. So it's they were always referring to this as ESN, and this one word in the international department was a good background, and also they see it always as a higher education sector. And they continue to all of these colleagues, also they were, several of them were also part of this network, so then they was, and later on, I was also the private sector, and there also these international experiences that also there, where they were seeing, and also treating that's taken as a also extra special background that you experience, you see also your work skills already have developed throughout this student environment, and that's always I get the feedback from the employers that's extra. They always refer to it as a
Sorry. Closer to the mic. Yep. So that they can. Thank you so much, guys. I think this teaches us a lot. And I would like to close the careers part a little bit so that at the end we have time for questions, and I'm sure there will be some. And I would like to ask you a little bit more general questions, which is when you think about your ESN years, what is the memory that comes, the first memory that comes to mind, and also the thing that you are the proudest of in your achievements in ESN, if you have to highlight one thing. And also, if you have an advice to someone who thinks that they have still plenty of time in ESN, that would be relevant. So anyone who would like to start?
Hello, sorry. I have to do that now. Well, like I said, the international events always come to mind. My first international event was in 2008, I think, Sad Urus, it was in Czechia, and I loved it so much. And then I went to EGM Thessaloniki, that was basically EGM before it became EGM, so it was called EGM. And at that point was when I realized that, well, if I ever had the chance, I might want to try out the position, which kind of motivated me to pursue the MD. And later on, 2 years later, I actually did it and it worked out. It was great. And then when I was in the MD, it was 2022, it was EGM Portugal. I led the Hungarian delegation there, and that's one of my favorite times. It was an amazing time. I will never forget that. So many great pictures also. So yes. What was the other part of the question?
If you had to say something to someone who thinks they still have a lot of enemies, what would you say?
What would I say? Use every minute of it. Take every chances. Don't sell yourself short. Don't think that maybe I cannot do this. If that's the only thing that's keeping you from applying to a position, that's something you should definitely apply. Because like I said, worst case, it didn't work out. Best case, it worked out, and then you learn something new, and then you can use that. So definitely use every chance, go to international events, meet new people, talk with new people, use it as much as you can because it really does give you a lot.
The memory that came to my mind immediately is one of the Christmas party. When we went to, I don't know anywhere, somewhere in Budapest, and we drank a lot of champagne. That's why I was laughing, and that was very good. And also, I think in 2025 or 4, that was in June. And also there is a very good party there. I'm sorry, these are the ones that are coming to my mind. But for a more serious note, I'm most proud of, it's gonna sound like a flex, but this is what I'm most proud of, is that I was the first president in ESN Hungary that was able to get money from the university, and we are still getting it every semester, so I'm very proud of that. And for my for the presidents after me, that they kept going and they are still getting it. And what would I say? To be honest, try to look at it as a student organization. So yes, ESN is very serious. It's an international thing. We are helping a lot of people, and it's yes, we have some serious things to do. But I feel like we sometimes forget that this is just a student organization. So we are here to have fun. And we are here to have fun with each other, the international students, and we don't really have to fight or take something too seriously.
When I think about the memories of ESN and the years come to my mind, and also the best trips, what we usually do. And I remember sometimes after this kind of programs, I was just in shock because I was like, how can so many nice people be together and just like have each other along together and to be so genuine, very organized, and accepting people. So I would say that. And what I'm the most proud of is that I think we're close to really nice semesters in terms of development, and we have national very well. So I would say I was responsible for national businesses, so I would say that. And the last part, I would also recommend enjoying all of them and taking the most out of being in Estella, and also attending to national and international events can be very important. I just started to notice it lately, how much I really contribute to people. So please,
Simple, always nice memories and achievements and also a lot of flow of memories coming from you. And so it's difficult to explain. But me personally, I'm also really about our and we were so proud of it from a really small number. So you can only from 15 students, that was the first year of the Erasmus students, and then exponentially we throughout our entrepreneur, it was really more and more students were open to come to Hungary, and the international students were open, and they were interested in our sections, but then also in our program, both the Hungarians and also the international students. So in a few years, this was grown quite big, and then it also that was a round step that ESN Hungary became official organization, so it was registered organization that was very important because before it was a country association that it was no it was a structure but no longer. Now that was it's very proud. That's a big step. And also the role is focusing on small events, so there's like an executive board, which was the presidency. They were at the beginning trying to invite them and show them this, and then within less than 15 years, in GM, it was all developed and was so if I see this history perspective, this we feel proud.
Thank you. I think you can be all very proud of it. I will have one last closing question because after that I would like to open the floor to the audience, and I would like to ask you to answer in one word or maybe one sentence. It's really it's what is the biggest thing ESN gave you and that stayed with you kind of forever?
Can you repeat the question?
What is one thing that ESN gave you that stays with you always?
Memories.
I was going to say that one as well. Lifelong memories.
Joy. That's a big consensus. Now, I would like to open the floor for questions. I will have a little speaker list. We're not going to do it from any yet. So please raise your hand and I will write you up. And okay, Rigi, you are the first to go.
This is a personal question because I'm very sensitive. What was the moment or experience for you that changed the most? A personal or life?
Well, I think
Okay, so I remember I didn't get to mention the sugar cubes, and I think they can give you so much, and I'm just looking at them, and these are very amazing. Sometimes when you get some notes, which is not even difficult. I mean, for me, I was like, wow, people love this, or wow, really, am I like that? And I think this can give you so much, and you can just
For me, is when international students told us how much ESN went to them and how important was it for them during their semester in the bachelor in Hungary.
For me, it was actually in Debrecen, and one of the national assemblies back in 2021. That was right after the COVID event. Basically, during that time, there was no in-person NA, and Debrecen was the first in-person NA that happened in quite a while. And I just became a national board member, and I remember that for the Saturdays presentations, I was quite nervous of how I'm going to do and how is it going to be for the presentations. And I couldn't sleep at all. And I went to talk with Balázs. Balázs told me, once you were so young, why are you frustrated? I get stressed. And it helped me. So, but the thing is that I only had a few hours of sleep, or like 2 hours of sleep. And even though the next day I got up, I presented, I survived the day and got great feedback from the courses I did great. And that was a big thing where it was like, you can really do anything if you want. You should not hold yourself back and don't put pressure on yourself that you cannot do anything or that you're gonna fail. So, yeah.
So for this kind of so that the exchange students later on they returned after when finishing their study year or either they were starting their career, and they returned and visited the local sections or Hungary and organizing special trips. And this was also something like a very important feedback from the
Thank you. Boy, was up next. And anyone else? Please raise your hand.
Okay, Boy from ESN Hungary. First of all, thank you very much for coming and sharing your experiences, because it was very good to listen to you, and I really enjoyed it. It was for the organizers to reach out to you. Thank you very much for your experience. And I have a lot of questions, but I will ask one first to Gabo, which is how the whole thing started. So how did you start this? How did you get international ESN? What kind of international community did you have when you started it? So how did the whole thing started?
First, I have to, because I got the invitation 2 days ago. I wanted to prepare. I was just arrived from abroad, so all these archives and all these memories, I wanted to put together like a little bit of historical overview. That's how I know that there's always a time pressure, so I have to, and I want to be short. So for ESN Hungary, it started that there were some students from Canada, and they visited a small international gas museum in Austria, in Graz, and they informally has been involved and has been introduced to the spirit, and already at that time there were some the topic of this first the development of the exchange programs, and both the European University officially and also the universities wanting to establish bilateral cooperations. And so far those the international offices of the universities, they were also somehow active, and they were partly on the university delegates. They were present there. They thought this is a perfect opportunity for, and the best opportunity for being this network to start also in Hungary, and then it was back then in 1998, and we started with small events also to organize an international summer camp where all these ESN candidates were coming and they were showing us, and those days they had trainings, they had all the lectures about it, also they were giving presentation also, and introducing how you can establish section, because of course nobody had the experience. And so then luckily this lady, since I was the eldest, was so motivated and so interested, so she went to study in Germany and somehow stayed there because of the the ESN national representative in Germany became boyfriend, so she didn't return, and I was a good relationship, so I had to somehow also be active and take her, because at the beginning it was planned that she will establish and she will organize the structure. But I have to admit that the elder had a very difficult position, because at that time the international office and the university was not very supportive. Whereas in Page, we found a very fantastic and fruitful environment. So it was probably a good moment, because this is the university, the rector, the international office, and also there were some international student organization, but it was only for organizing the summer events, the summer university. So all joined together. So in Page, there was a perfect background to start this, and that's why most of the time the ESN Hungary and all the get-togethers and also the trainings and the structural discussions and planning was happening in the Page students Page. But of course, obviously, we made study visits to the international offices of AMF, and so the technical university, and also CERN, Debrecen, to all these universities to present. Because at that time there was one also the difficulty that we had to be careful, because of course there was the student, every university had the student unions, and these student unions were somehow they had the part of the structure, the foreign relations committee, and they wanted to cooperate with ESN section, but also they wanted somehow to incorporate. So it was difficult to establish and to keep the independence and autonomy, because of course the student union is an important political background and organization. They did the university structure, and we were, although we try to also motivate and also be part of student policies, but mostly for the rights of these international students. But of course, it's a organization. So that's why this was also difficult to keep that separated. But when we find a good compromise, they were also helping us to make a presentation and found, for example, the events or also the programs that we did for the international. This is a great history, but of course, mostly that from the local section, and then we try to make more and more international events to introduce for these the sections, and also between the exchange and the interaction between the local sections. That was difficult, but later on from there, when it was reaching a good point, and it could be
I think I personally could listen to this for a long time because it's really interesting to see how it's starting to see that some issues are still here today, like the student union. Yes, essentially.
Start the fire.
Next up is Aaron.
Before I ask a question, may I just quickly? I just want to let you guys know that one of the panelists are staying for dialogue as well. So do not be afraid if you are on time here. You can approach them. I think they like to involve them.
But thank them and at the same time, but
Yeah.
So my question was, what would you do differently if you would, let's say, knowledge and I have process?
I don't know, it's very personal and very specific, but as a president, I didn't say thank you for my team enough in my first half, and then, I think they didn't really understand how I was communicating, because I can seem a bit harsh when I'm not at all. And in the second part of my presidency, I don't know that. I try to pay more attention, but I think I would do that differently, giving more positive feedback.
I would collect more information about ESN and my role in general before I start my role here, and that will make it easier and our friendship to appear. And of course, I did some research, and I asked people about how it is, but more.
okay, next one is Simone.
Thank you so much for being here. I'm Simone from ESN International, and my question is about the transition from ESN to, let's say, real life. I'm finishing my mandate in 1 year, but we're already starting to think about one day from nothing. I will not receive any more messages about ESN. I will not have notification. I will not need to travel to 300 events, and this is really scary. So I would like to know if you have any tips on how to transition, how you also face this moment where from the day to the other your money stopped, and even though this is volunteering, this takes so much time of our life, and even if it's maybe 5 years, 4 years of our life, and what do you do?
It's a very good question. I think take one step back. It's very important. It's going to be, especially a very big mandate, like where there is constant work in it, and one day it just stops. You're gonna feel this this weird feeling of like, okay, now what am I going to do? And maybe you have this feeling of, maybe should I get into something else? Maybe should I get into a new position? I think it does happen sometimes. I think what's very important is you should take it very slowly, gather your thoughts, think about who you are, what you want to do next, what's your next plan. Does it involve yes and does it not? But don't jump into things very quickly. Just take a slow time. You have the time now. You don't have to rush things. You're not in that position anymore in that sense. So it's very important. And you also have to make sure to know what your priorities are. What is important to you? What do you want to focus on? Is it career? Is it university? Is it maybe your just personal things? Maybe you want to connect with people, with family members, people outside of ESN or within ESN, but just not through ESN events, but outside of ESN. You have to take things both and see what your priorities are. So I think it's very important.
I would also say try to move on slowly, but because you're holding a big position, you will transition slowly because you will get a lot of questions afterwards, and you will have to help, and then slowly the questions will stop, but it's a long process. And also, what I did is in the first semester, I was still happy in some programs because we worked in teams and I was able to help them with that. I also have done events, or if I didn't have, I just went there and just, to have that feeling again, and then slowly, as I didn't have time to my jobs, I stopped it. So yeah, slowly take your time, but I think you will get a lot of questions after, so you will have the opportunity to take it slowly.
One of these experiences is also another place, so I can give you some information, but I was still, for example, join some events and keep in touch with my favorite community.
This is if we are not going to participate, can be exchanged into experiences that is best.
This is the end of the speaker list. And I propose to actually close this session because, as we said, those people will be here at the gala, so you will be able to approach them. And I'm pretty sure that you would have many other questions, but you will be able to ask them. So I would like to thank all of you really for sharing your experiences. I think it was amazing. And I would like another big round of applause for the panel.
Anyway, a few technical information. With this part, we are closing today's sessions. There's only the reflection groups back, but to give you a little bit more time to get ready for the dinner, we would like to ask the reflection group leaders to talk to your teams, either have the reflection groups at the dorm or walking back, or maybe having like a chill time to start gathering your stuff. So also the OC members can clean the room, and they can also leave to prepare for tonight's gala dinner. And I would like to ask all the vote holders to bring their voting devices here. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
I need yes.
Sì, così,